Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the SBA Stronghold. Okay, I already messed up the intro. I can't believe it. I'm live. Okay. Anyways, welcome back, everybody. We are back with another season of the SBA, season 6 to be exact. I'm Snug here with commentary, along with Tristories. Oh my goodness. I was not
Yes, it's okay. All pronunciations are correct.
Yep. Yeah. So once again, we are. Yeah, so again, Season 6 is well underway, and the teams are already battling it out for the title. We've already started with Game 1, and we are coming to you with the midway through this set. So once the first game has concluded, we will be able to get you the next game right away. Regardless. I just cut
You're good. I was gonna ask. So I am very vaguely familiar with the Splatoon Stronghold Academy showcase. The Stronghold Academy. This is the thing where you get a bunch of new players, right, and organize them onto a team. They get a coach, and then they play for a little bit, and then they all get put into this tournament, right?
Yes, indeed. We handpick teams and attempt to make some good pairings, and then we take them through the program of teaching them how the competitive works by teaching them how to, organize scrims, how to, play in scrims and, participate in tournaments, while also teaching them the basic fundamentals of competitive play. Be that, fundamentals of positioning, team communication, and just about everything else under the sun. We also give them coaching. We assign each team a coach and a team manager to help them, to guide them through the basic skill to getting started in the scene. As well, it's kind of scary. I think we can all admit, everybody in the audience and in the booth as well, can admit that it's rather scary getting started when you need multiple other friends willing to commit a load of time to this hobby.
Oh, they started game 2? Oh. Apparently they started game 2 already.
Oh boy, well, it's not a competitive broadcast without a bit of scuff.
It happens. But
it happens.
You guys are doing a good thing here. I wish that I knew about or had access to the Stronghold Academy when I first started playing. Fortunately, I started with a group of close friends for my first team, and we kind of just we winged it. Or wung it, I guess, and it went not great, but we had fun.
Yep. I mean, I'm glad you were able to get a good experience at your initial experience of competitive. But yeah, like I think we can all agree that getting started in something new is a bit scary, can be a bit intimidating depending on what you're trying to get started. Especially with the mountain of information that Splatoon competitive has nowadays, especially when it comes to information on how to get started. People don't really know where to take the first step. Stronghold aims to fill that role of giving people a good launch platform for those who are looking to get started in competitive. And well, honestly, the entire team, from my point of view, my personal opinion, of course, they do a fantastic job of so. We have so far, along with this season, this will make just over 60 teams who will have officially graduated by the end of this showcase. So that's no number to scoff at in terms of total players.
How many did you say it was?
Just over 60.
That's like a lot more than I would have expected. How do you get all of these teams to participate and consistently practice through it?
Well, we have a system. We have a system in place for that. We open applications at the end of once the season. Actually, I'll say it. Format like this. Once a season concludes after the showcase, we open applications to players who have little to no competitive experience. Those players submit information regarding their current status as a player, and team managers and coaching pairs will pick from the applicants once the sign-ups close in order to form teams. There is no guarantee when joining. Okay. Well, sorry, I'll cut the explanation short. I'll find another moment because I'm being told we're going into the next game. So, right then, we are going into zones. We are going into zones mahi mahi. And okay, so right, okay, so Clean Freaks versus Unorthodox here. I'm not familiar with Unorthodox, but I am quite familiar with Clean Freaks as I am their team manager for this season. They have had a rough season when it comes to organization, trust me, but they are motivated. So I'm interested to see how they handle this.
Yeah, I am actually super unfamiliar with any of these teams except I'm pretty sure Clean Freaks I am vaguely familiar with. I don't know where I've heard of this team before though. It was probably in a tournament that I competed in very recently though, because I usually don't remember team names like at all.
Unfortunately, Clean Freaks hasn't well, this Clean Freaks most likely has not participated in the tournament. Either way, it is 1-0 for the moment in this set. It is 1-0 for Unorthodox, and Clean Freaks is in the corner right away. How are they going to deal with this pressure? It's on Mahi Mahi, so it's going to be a bit of a brawl. Let's see how this goes.
Coming from, I believe, so Clean Freaks is on the left. Okay, perfect. We got a Horns Dread, Splat Charger, Paintbrush, Stamper against Bucket Hydra, Dapples, and Splash. We have a
double kill.
Starting off with a double immediately. A team that's very fast with very good fighting power, just wiping out immediately.
Yeah, Clean Freaks immediately profiting from an opening left on the left flank, and Meepy going down, but it's going to be very difficult for them to get in. Crab and Strikes come out along with a Booyah to counterattack, but it gets shredded, and Bobeat does unfortunately not get away, but that was a very neat trade in the favor of Clean Freaks.
Yeah, using the Hydra and the Crab at the same time to keep a bit of a double anchor to keep Clean Freaks out of the zone. It made it very difficult for them to get back in. All of their resources just kind of got blown away.
Indeed. And, well, that's, like, given the amount of bullets, the going down range, there's no wonder that... Oh my goodness! S-Cog! S-Cog, that was just mean! That was impressive! That was impressive timing there from that bucket. But again, but right now, Unorthodox is currently holding zone and looking to flip the lead. We'll see how it goes for them. What a parry attempt, and Meepy coming in with yet another strong flank to flip the zone with a reslider.
The slider comes back, and Unorthodox is already back in the zone. Clean Freaks couldn't take that lead off of them, but one goes down, two goes down. They can very easily retake if they just push this advantage here.
You gotta be careful. Oh no. Yep. Unfortunately, the Hydra gets pincered, and the Dapple's trying to chase the attacker does not get it. Crab comes out on the enemy side plat for Unorthodox, does get one pick, and they are now zoning out Clean Freaks in order to attempt once again a lead split. Strikes come out, will kill the Dread, and the Splatana is not in a good position. S-Cog takes them out too. It's 3-1, and they are going to flip the zone in the lead. But Unorthodox has taken the lead. Now it's up to Clean Freaks to actually flip it again. Tank comes out on lower ground from Bullbeat to actually see if they can create some space and buy some time.
Yeah, Clean Freaks can absolutely shut this down right now, but with one of them going down, they might not be able to move in fast enough. Unorthodox is just going to probably take the lead here. Booyah Bomb from Clean Freaks getting shredded again.
Actually, that's Unorthodox's orange. Just letting you know. But anyway, no worries. But yeah, like, very good special coordination here to keep the enemy out, but there's a big flank from two players from Unorthodox. Clean Freaks is now going to have to scramble to recover the situation. Never mind! Meepy just kills everyone with a reslider. I won't speak. Never mind.
Oh, I'm sorry. You said Unorthodox is orange, right?
Yeah, Unorthodox is orange, yes.
Okay, sorry. I got mixed up for a second.
A very strong hold from Clean Freaks there at the end. Oh my goodness, that was a bit chaotic. I think we can admit that one.
Yeah, we had a lot of doubles, a lot of picks going off, pretty much one after another. It was a pretty close game until the very end, where Clean Freaks should just like hold it forever. But
indeed.
They were going back and forth for most of it.
Yep, I love a good back and forth. Like, I do love a good back and forth. Like, it's hot take. Seeing people sweep is boring. I think we can all agree on that. But like, at the same time, it is a display of skill. If you sweep someone, it is a display of skill differential, but that's not in a mean way.
Oh yeah, it's It's definitely more interesting to see it back and forth, especially since the games last a bit longer. You can see all the mid-game adaptations that the players decide to make. You could see when players decide to slow it down, try to switch up a strategy, try to maybe take different fights, position differently, and there's just a lot more that you can see about how the players are thinking when the game doesn't end instantly.
Indeed. Yeah. I mean, it also just means that like we get to watch more of the video game, because well, that's why we're on here, isn't it? Yeah.
Say it again.
Well, yeah, we all get to watch more of the video game if the set lasts longer, correct? Because
oh, absolutely. I mean, that's what we're here for, to watch as much of the video game as possible.
Yeah, because if somebody's not here if somebody's here and they don't enjoy watching the video game, then I don't know. Okay, sorry about that, my audio bugged out for a second. Anyway, alright, so, we're looking at Clams, Barnacle, and Dime next. That is going to be a rather interesting one, because, from personal experience, Clams have been a bit of a difficult mode for Clean Freaks, but but like, just maybe, I'm thinking they'll be able to get it right here. Again, well, then again, to be fair, for just about every low-level team, Clam Blitz is always a challenge. It's a mix of coordination and timing when it comes to getting a push right. So let's see how both teams go. They do have a brush, though. Unorthodox is bringing a brush here. Very common, actually, from my experience.
Yeah, brushes and clam bits are very common, mostly because they're really good at controlling the pacing of both teams, slowing down the enemy team by just kind of sitting around, not letting them get picks, or just like moving in really quickly and blowing holes open for your team. Really good at controlling the pace, which is really important in a mode like Clam Blitz. Very easy way for newer players to figure out ways to move in and hold space.
Meepy and Bobby, I'm trying to make a move to hold the enemy plant, but it does not work out for them. They do get pushed out. Kuma is ready. A trading is happening, but Kuma is going to make it so that these trades are null and void for Unorthodox. Clean Freaks is going to be in a really good state. Oh my goodness, no, what a tragic reslider blast radius. It's just barely unable to kill the Splatana. Strikes come out to prevent the push from going too far on the left, but they go to the right instead. Unorthodox trying to actually poke a hole in defenses, but the defense is strong on the side of Clean Freaks. 3 go down, and Unorthodox is sent packing.
With Unorthodox down, Clean Freaks can really take this space here, but they're pushed really far back. They're going to give Unorthodox a lot of time to get back into this space. They stayed so far back. They still have mid control here, and they do have special advantage. But one of them goes down. Unorthodox is going to take the opportunity to take another, and their triple has immediately been countered.
That's unfortunately, the Hydra will go down as well, but Eskog is attempting to hold the line. Tragically, they run out of ink! But the remainder of the team has come back, but they immediately fall down. The Enzap does not able to win the fight against the Ink Rush, unfortunately gets out DPS'd. Now we have Unorthodox ready to make a push with a bull. Are they going to be able to break the basket? The brush goes down and the bull falls to the ground. The player is going to attempt to pick it up, but Eskog is making sure that it's not easy for them. Reslider comes out, the bull's picked up. Is it going to be a push? I don't know. We're all standing here throwing specials at each other, but nothing's happening. A pick on both sides is going to mean... Oh my goodness, it's a double from Eskog.
Yeah, Unorthodox is now no longer in a good position to make this push. The Charger going to save the Clam, popping the crab for that survivability. Maybe they can get out of here, keep their power Clam. It's kind of all they have in terms of clan economies, so it's a good thing that they managed to save it. But they're going to get flanked by the Dapples going down. Clean Freaks might have been able to take mid control off of this, but some of them go down on the other side. But the Dapples is just holding this space forever, getting a double with that Reslider.
Indeed. The Dapples far up, making sure that the enemy team does not have any time to recover. Unfortunately, the team is not ready to pick up on it. We see that again, Unorthodox here, like, it just brawling, trying to get their way to the basket. But every single time, Clean Freak seems to put a wrench in their gears. Again, this is pretty much a classic Clam Blitz very aggressive maneuver from Tosh to block the Booyah Bomb with a bubbler. What a fantastic maneuver. A very risky one, but it seems to have paid off.
Yeah, we can see that these teams are trading a lot of fights, but none of them can actually, like, keep their clam economy or make the pushes that they need to go in. We do get a double on the side of Unorthodox, though, so we might be able to push forward here. Everybody is moving it at the same time, coming with the stamp. This might be a free 40 points here as soon as the stamp is done. Pushed right to 50, 45. We're already half of our points down with a minute 30 left on the clock, and Clean Freaks has nothing on the board. Are they going to be able to retake this and get anything out?
Yes, this is seeming to be a very classic Clamlet situation where one team gets a very strong push into the base late into the round as well. Most of the game, it's Clamlets. You're going to be spending a lot of the time brawling anyway. But the thing is now, like, if Clean Freaks needs to find a good, stronger push than what they got hit with. One player goes down, but the climb economy is not looking strong for the moment. SCOG making fantastic sloshes is to make sure that their team is ready to get picks. Oh my goodness, another one hitting! But again, the climb economy is not looking strong. Strikes come out, forcing players to scatter. Meepy going in to follow up, gets one, and the numbers advantage is in the way of Clean Freaks. Bubbler comes out, gets immediately shredded by a reslider. This is not looking good. Again, a very strong defense from Unorthodox, and Clean Freaks gets sent packing once again.
Yeah, effectively a delayed wipe after that Hydra, and then a few seconds later the Zap goes down. Enemy team's Clean Freaks is a bit staggered, and Unorthodox just gets to take full control over here, and they have the entire clam economy. The Dapples manages to get this pick, but goes down right after, and fortunately they were able to stop that push. We have 5 seconds left on the clock. A power clam is not out. They do have the pity, actually. They do have a pity, which means that they have overtime. They're going to have to push fast. They're going to take this fight very quickly, but they're one down. Are they going to be able to win this team fight with the player disadvantage? The brush goes down. They can make it through. They got to go a little bit faster, though. The time is ticking down, and that's probably going to be it. Overtime does not last that long.
Yeah, unfortunately, Clamlet's moment there where one team gets a strong lead and the other team isn't able to keep up. That just happens sometimes, unfortunately. It's Clamlet. It's not an easy mode, especially at this level of play.
Yeah,
but again,
is definitely... Sorry.
No, it's you're on. Sorry.
Clambless is definitely one of those modes that requires a lot of coordination, which is the kind of thing that you get used to with a lot of experience. Making sure that your pushes are properly paced is very important. I noticed that a lot of the players on both teams were holding positions when they probably should have retreated, or like trying to push in and initiate a push, but nobody was following up on it. And it just kind of happens, you know, with newer players. A lot of players, they kind of just don't, they do not have the instinct to follow exactly when their team needs to push or needs to back up every single time. It's just like not something they're used to.
Yeah. And again, like, this isn't like this is just across the board. This isn't just this team specifically. Like, it happens all the time. Like, it happens all the time in this level of play. Like, it's just a case of like getting used to reading the game, reading the environment and what's happening around you. And once you get that down, you can quite easily just make sure that you're in the right place at the right time.
Oh, absolutely. Clams is definitely one of my favorite modes because it really feels like the mode that makes my team feel the most like a team when we're doing well on it.
Agreed. Like, yeah, I can definitely agree on that. Like, it's a very satisfying mode to get right because if you play your cards right, you can get a 60-point push or an 80-point push, or in some cases you can get a perfect 100 push off of a single clam, but off of a single one or opening.
Oh, that's the best. Like, especially when you're like down like 100 to 10 after like they push like 3 times, they make it down to 10 points, and then you just clean it up in one push.
Yeah, especially if people start like chain passing clams. Oh my goodness, that is a fantastic moment.
Yeah, chain passing clams is like it's one of those things that you never really think about at first, but like once your team starts doing it, it just becomes like so obvious. Like, have one person or 2 people hold the line, have one person go back and like cycle clams, and just like a coordinated push on Clamblitz really just lasts so long that it requires being so organized with your team for so long.
Mm-hmm.
The communication has to be on point.
Mm-hmm. Not to mention how deep the mode is. On top of you've got the spawn mechanics of clams being incredibly complex at times. So manipulating clam spawns so that they spawn closer to you when you're making your push is a very, very vital thing to do in a higher level play.
Yeah, I'm definitely not that experienced with clams to be manipulating spawn positions. I wish I was. I'd feel like a genius if I could do that.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. And imagine having to do that while also fighting. Imagine having to do that while also being in the middle of a team fight. That must be a lot of mental gymnastics.
It's so much to think about. Like the speed that higher level players play at is just incredible because they have to think about 40 different things at the same time and be correct in at least 30 of them.
Anyways, we are here. We have got the next set ready for you. Spicy Calamari versus Chicken Coop. Now again, I'm not quite familiar with these teams as well. Again, they're quite new to me, but I'm very interested to see how this goes.
Yeah, I like seeing new teams. If any of these new teams start, I guess I should ask: are they mostly European teams?
I'm unsure. A majority of our players, if I recall correctly, we do have a lot more American players on average when it comes to teams.
That makes sense. I just like seeing new players in the scene because it's just a lot easier to share resources when you're actively learning about new teams who might be competing in the scene with you. Every time a new team pops up, it's just another more people to scrim, more people to review VODs with, more competition.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, the more the merrier. And that's kind of what we live for as well. Seeing people come in for the first time, have their first experience with Stronghold. It's a really it's a great feeling to know that we're able to help people get a good start and enjoy the game in the competitive sense. Now, yeah.
So, starting with Chicken Coop, I noticed that they have by the way, we have one of the names on the overlay incorrect. Sorry, not one of the one of the streamer names.
Oh yeah. Oh wait, yeah, the commentator.
But yeah, the more the merrier, really. And there are 5 players on Chicken Coop, it seems. Do we know which 4 are playing?
We'll have to find out once the match starts. For the moment.
All right. Well, first map is Undertow Rainmaker. This is an incredibly... It's such a fascinating map mode combination to me because it's a map that benefits a lot of fast weapons that like to move around all the different off angles, can have more mobility around the slopes. But then it comes with Rainmaker, which is oftentimes a very slow-paced mode instead. So proper pacing for pushes, knowing when to slow down when in control of the Rainmaker, and knowing when to speed up and take all the fights that you can, and just just being as mobile as possible. Mixing up your pacing is pretty important on it.
Indeed. Now we'll see how these players handle the mode. Once again, it's Undertow Spillway with Rainmaker. It's a classic at this point for Splatoon 3 competitive. So we're going to see how both players approach this. Some very different comps on both sides, both with Wavebreaker though. So we'll have to see how they handle both defense and offense. Now we have both teams get running rather quickly, but damage goes in the way of Spicy Calamari, and Spicy Calamari does pop the Rainmaker. So they do have a lot of paint advantage, but they aren't seeming to be able to get much picks out of it. A lot of auto balance spam coming out of the Octobrush for the moment, not finding an opening. The Pro and the... never mind, the Octobrush just swims up and whacks one. The Pro does go down, and they have Kraken ready. So this push might actually be a fairly solid initial startup. But looks like nothing's coming out. Kraken is ready and will actually go for the bucket. The Rainmaker's coming to the right. The bucket attempts to catch them out, but no! They have their team. Their team is covering them for the Rainmaker carrier. Oh my goodness, what a strong first checkpoint for a great kid.
Spicy Calamari definitely has the more aggressive comp here, I would say. A much faster and more mobile backline, along with 2 short range and more mobile weapons. Oh my god, they're just going to push this straight to 15. That's an incredibly valuable choke point to break through, and Chicken Coop is going to have to put in a lot of work to make the same push. This is one of those checkpoints where at higher levels of play, you'll often see one team just like stall out the Rainmaker advantage here and just prevent... Oh my god, we're scoring even further. All the way to 8 points. This is one of those times where at higher levels of play, you would sometimes see teams just like stall out the Rainmaker.
Indeed. Yeah, but breakneck aggression coming out from Spicy Calamari. We need an equivalent or harder response from Chicken Coop at this point to get themselves out of a bad situation. The problem is they've elected to pick up the Rainmaker from their choke point in their spawn, and the Kraken is just going to chase them down as their team is not ready to protect them, nor able to, because it's Kraken, unfortunately. Now, again, Spicy Calamari has the Rainmaker popped, and they have a player sharking up ahead, so who sneaks up on who here? The Octobrush goes for the pick, doesn't get it, actually does, and gets 2! Oh no, they're gonna get 3. They do get 3! Tetna is going in and has a strong aura at this point. They have built up a lot of aura and are now waiting for maybe another ambush. But no, it looks like they're going to run into the carbon and have themselves put in the tracks for the moment. But the Rainmaker does move back towards Chicken Coop's choke point.
Yeah, you could see that for a bit there, Spicy Calamari's resources were split a bit too thin there. We had one person in front of the Rainmaker carrier, and then nobody to actually protect the heavy that was carrying the Rainmaker behind them. So they just got flanked by the pro. We were able to shut down that push pretty well. We just gotta pop the shield here and take as much control as we can. We do have special advantage, and now we have the numbers advantage. Carbon getting the pick here. The double kill with the Zuka. We gotta get a triple off of this? No, but we do take a lot of control of mid here. Another one goes down. This is an opportune time for a push in any direction.
Ooh, that was a careful whiff. That was an unfortunate whiff. And now again, Spicy Calamari just winning the brawls really. Like they are just coming out on top by a hair at times with these brawls, and it's just when it's working in their favor so that they keep this offensive going with their teammates coming back. Another one goes down to the Kraken, and like. Oh my goodness, yeah, no. Chicken Coop is really struggling to keep up here, but it's looking like that at least they can try and keep themselves in the match by constantly killing the Rainmaker. Oh no, this is not looking good.
Yeah, throwing ourselves into the Rainmaker is a panic option. It happens a lot. I've done it myself, where you just, like, panic. You really want the Rainmaker to stop and it's emergency to you, and it's just, you throw yourself at the Rainmaker, and it does not feel good to go down there.
Agreed. It's always better to take out the players that are surrounding the Rainmaker to make sure that you can actually secure the kill. But unfortunately here, it is going to be a very difficult task because they are just keep coming. Like, Spicy Calamari's players just keep coming to keep their Rainmaker carrier alive, but the timer has to be ticking down at this point. They need to make a move for the checkpoint, for the goal right now, otherwise they may just explode.
I love
making the move. Yep, very patient.
Yeah, I love how the brush carrying the Rainmaker was super patient with that push, made sure the space was cleared, didn't overextend. You can see they went around the corner just to get a nice visual to see where everybody was, and then backed up when they realized it wasn't safe. It was incredible pacing on that push, and that just tells us that 8 points that they scored last time was not a fluke, because they pretty much made it right back there a second time.
Great, indeed. But now we're at another brawl in mid. But unfortunately, again, they picked up the Rainmaker and get picked by the Kraken, and now Chicken Coop is once again being dismantled player by player, and it's not looking good for their last-minute offensive.
Yeah, we have Spicy Calamari getting 2 down immediately with the last seconds remaining. There's nothing we could do, unfortunately. It was going to be really hard to get around, especially that Dread with the Reef Slider. Honestly, with the 5 seconds left on the clock, you can't really pick up that Rainmaker anymore. As soon as the Dread has Reef Slider, if you don't kill that thing, you just can't grab it.
Yep. Because it's just gonna, like, the second you touch it, you're just gonna hear the sound effect and just... Now, we're going to Hagglefish zones next, and I'm really interested to see how it flips, because Elither on Hagglefish is notorious for being able to zone people out.
Yeah, so you said heavy, right?
Elither.
A leader. Yeah, standing on the tent is a really, like, standing on the tent and standing, like, right under the ledge, like, right outside of mid, seem to be the most popular spots. And it's just kind of hard to, like, really challenge it, because it has full sight lines on, like, the flank route to its right, if it's on tent. And if it's, like, right below the ledge in mid, you just can't stand anywhere in mid. It's just not allowed. You can't do it.
I mean, I do believe both teams have a Zuka weapon on their composition for this, so it's not gonna be a guaranteed hold on the tent for either of the backlines. You just gotta be very careful, and you're not standing still when you hear that thing pop, because otherwise, whoa, one-shot hitbox be upon you.
Yeah, that's the scary part about standing on tent, is that there's no paint for you to, like, swim through. So if you hear that Zuka pop, it might already be over. You might not be able to avoid it.
You are already splatted.
Yeah, that's how it feels with Zuka sometimes. The Zuka comes out, and there are occasionally times, like, especially with leader, with those heavyweight stats, if it's standing on the tent where there's no ink, it's not going to be easy to get out of that if they're, like, if the Zuka gets popped and that thing is aimed well, they might just die, like, instantly.
Indeed. But again, it's Hagglefish is one of the maps that we've played so much over the course of this game's lifetime that a lot of people have just become, like, familiar with it just by proxy. Now, I'm not sure whether we're going to see some composition changes from this team. We actually see a Brella come out over the Octobrush.
Go!
Oh, we love to see it, Brella player. We love to see a Brella come out. Let's go. Now, we do have the E-Litter went heavy for Chicken Coop, which is an interesting one. But to be fair, I don't blame them picking heavy on this map, given the amount of wave breakers you can put out with Sprinkler and everything. Now, both teams are going to have to start with a standard one. No early picks? We're going to have to see how the situation evolves.
Picking the heavy here also lets Spicy Calamari, or sorry, it was Chicken Coop that had the leader before. It lets Chicken Coop compete in the paint department. Heavy, with that incredible uptime, can just, like, keep the zone painted pretty much all by itself, sometimes even in, like, a 1v3 or 1v4. So making sure that you can compete with that paint output on a map like, on a mode like Zones is pretty important. The Chicken Coop goes 2 down here, and Spicy Calamari can definitely take space here. The Carbon doesn't really have a lot of options to help hold, but they're going to try their best, allowing their other teammates to jump in, and Spicy Calamari couldn't push past to take that space. Chicken Coop did a pretty good job of making sure that they were walled out enough until their team showed up, and then
oh my goodness!
He's gonna get a triple! Oh,
no, not quite. The Brella actually saves itself with a very, well, opportune timed shield flare. But the thing is now, Chicken Coop has actually flipped the script on Spicy Calamari here. Unfortunately, the heavy does go down, but that doesn't mean their hold is over. Never mind, Reef Slider plus Inkjet is just going to create a load of wide damage hitboxes to chip away and combo the enemy back down. Now, Chicken Coop is again on the back foot, and they need to retake this zone rather quickly, otherwise they're going to lose their penalty in safety net. They do take it with a combination of Ink Strike and a couple of bombs, but that's going to quickly get painted over again, and Spicy Calamari is going to resume their timer. Cooler comes out, and looks like they're going to be a push initiating, but the Carbon needs to be patient. Do they go for it? They do! Unfortunately, nothing comes of it. Oh, that was close.
2 going down as a trade from both teams, and then 1 more going down on Spicy Calamari, another going down on Chicken Coop, and then a full wipeout on Chicken Coop. Spicy Calamari can definitely turn this around. We got to paint zone, move up a little bit, and stop everybody else from coming in. Chicken Coop currently has the issue of a bit of a range advantage compared to Spicy Calamari. So Spicy Calamari might be able to wall them out for a little while, but they do go 2 down. They do go 3 down, and the strikes come out, and they retake. Good use of the specials good use of specials for displacement and to take back, and they immediately take this space. This is another back and forth game where neither team has a pretty comfortable lead, really. The penalty is already going down to nothing for Chicken Coop. Their points are going to start clicking down. They could definitely take lead here. Oh, but a potential double from the Reef Slider, and then pushing the heavy so far back. Oh, they took so much space with that one slider.
Yeah, what an incredibly placed slider, along with a bit of combination damage from another source, meaning that two of Chicken Coop's players get sent back to the respawn, but the Carbon gets a collateral with a vertical swing, and the script flips again! This is an incredibly close match! My goodness, both of these teams do not want to go home this early. They do not want to be put in a bad situation in terms of the bracket. Oh, the Heavy's gonna face off, drop off. It's a mutual trade. Both Heavies trade with fall off. That's incredible.
Yeah, we have two specials coming out, the Zuka and the Jet at the same time, pushing the enemy team back really far. We got that slider out. Are we going to use it to hold this space? No, we're going to conserve it a little bit. The Brella's down. Chicken Coop is probably going to take the zone back. We see the Dread and the Shot. Everybody is playing very defensively, so even though the zone got taken, they just made sure that they lived to take it again. You know, that little bit of extra penalty, it's light work. It's nothing. They're already down to 15 points left.
Indeed. And again, like, we got 45 seconds. That's a long time in terms of Splatoon, but unfortunately there's a flank on the left, and the Bucket and Roller do get caught out. And unfortunately, it's looking like Spicy Calamari is going to try and, you know, dominate this final half minute with a sheer force. But look at this. The Octo Shot is pushing mid on his own, attempting to make sure that it doesn't go uncontested. The Heavy is attempting to follow up on it. One player goes down on the side of Spicy Calamari. Two might go down. What a burst bomb to kill the Jet! And the Zuka comes out to follow up with some chip damage and maybe get a pick or two. Oh my goodness. There's no way to describe this. This is just a brawl of monstrous proportions for a scramble. Oh my goodness, ledge pick as well from the Roller. How do you commentate this without losing your mind?
Overtime is really close to being taken by Chicken Coop. If Spicy Calamari doesn't win a fight or get some kind of special, they're not going to be able to make it. The Wavebreaker goes down to 2 down. They have 12 left. We have an emergency here. The Dread goes into the slider and can't cap it. And that's it. Just one overtime push.
Oh my goodness. How can you ever be prepared for that? Like, they held onto that. They held on tooth and nail for 5 minutes, and then finally were able to take the zone from their opponents. Absolute cinema of a game. Zero complaints. Well played to both teams.
Yeah, absolutely heartbreaking for the side of Spicy Calamari. You could see how much better they were doing in terms of coordinating their specials together, making sure that their resources were conserved. They played to their range. They were very patient. They didn't overextend too much. But all it took was one good push from Chicken Coop, one good hold to score that overtime push at the last second. It really happens, you know, in those moments when you're on the back foot and you have the overtime and you need to win. Sometimes that adrenaline just kicks in and you just lock in.
Indeed. When something you learn pretty quickly when you start commentating in Splatoon is nothing will prepare you for when someone pulls the clutch. Nothing prepares you for it.
I was definitely like, mentally I had reserved myself for Calamari winning that game, to be honest. So it was completely unexpected.
The burst bomb from the Carbon in order to get a pick on the Jet was phenomenal. What a throw.
That was crazy, actually. Like, that was the moment that I was like, oh, they're locked in. Oh, this is not going to be easy.
Hold on, leans forward. This isn't over yet.
Yeah, but we got, our next match, we got, Scorch Gorge Clams. Mentioned before that Clams is, like, the true test of team coordination. Very interesting to watch newer players play it, to see just how comfortable they are with each other and how well they can communicate with each other. The pacing and the fighting and the pacing, the team fights, and the pushes, they all have to be, you have to be together with your team all the time, and then making sure that you can be organized while holding those pushes, still very important. Scorch, one of those maps where it has like a very important choke point, like above the slope, that's the area that's like really difficult to get to if you have the enemy team trying to lock you out of it. But if you can get past that slope, you can lock out the spawn pretty reasonably.
Yeah, The main objective for both of these teams, depending on how this goes, is going to be get up that ramp and stay there. That is how you want it. That's how you push this game. Push on this map. You try and get hold of ramp, and then you attempt to hold it. But the problem is, I'm not sure which team is better equipped for it. Both teams have a wave breaker, so it is going to be really easy to clean space. Both sharking weapons are actually pretty close to each other without knowing it. Never mind, the Octobrush is actually going to attempt to fling from afar, but unfortunately, it's Brush, mate. Nogami hates us.
What a shame. Brush
Yeah,
will
what a
never
shame.
have anything after Brush Nouveau.
I mean, to be fair, we did get the Octobrush kit, but that's beside the point. Anyways, this is turning into a relatively classic brawl once again in terms of clan blitz. Both teams getting picks on each other here and there, but nothing big coming in. A ball does attempt to push up on its own to Calamari's basket, but it gets immediately thwarted as two players just send them packing.
Yeah, this is what
Oh
we
my
were talking
goodness.
about, where your pushes have to be coordinated. If one person goes in with a power clam with nobody else, even if they scored it, there isn't a whole lot your team can do to follow up. And the power clam is just gone, and that's pretty much your whole clam economy. We do have a power clam on the side of Chicken Coop, but I would argue that Spicy Calamari has a better... Well, they did have a better clam economy until just a second ago, actually.
Commentator's curse happens every time. And the thing is, when you have a clam ready, there is a giant neon sign over your head saying, "Shoot me." So it's not exactly easy to sneak up to the basket, unless you're juggling clams. Now, here we go. The shot is actually attempting to push forward. They do score, but who's there to carry it on? Unfortunately, no one. The other two teammates were respawning, and they don't have any clams to score. So this is going to give Spicy Calamari a pity ball, and we may just see an immediate repush. Oh my goodness, never mind. Both teams go back to trading blows in mid. Welcome back to Clan Blitz. Welcome back to TDM.
Yeah, if you can do that kind of push and then keep the middle of the map even so you guys can hold space and give yourself the opportunity to collect more clams, have more resources, it's not the most ideal because you do give the enemy team a pity, but if you can hold this space, you do technically have the lead, and it is now on Spicy Calamari to make this push, because you could lock them out for the next 2 minutes and 45 seconds with just that one score. Clams is the 2 going down though. Yeah, that's what we get for managing to keep mid after that push, is we get to just do another push right afterwards. But we don't really have a power clam to actually score here, so we're gonna have to hold this for a while.
Yeah, agree. This is a bit of a preemptive push, unfortunately, from Chicken Coop. Like, they did really good job claiming the space, but a majority of the clams on the field were respawning. So it's not going to come to much. It's just going to return to neutral. A Waybreaker does come out and attempt to create some space for the respawning teammates. A player does get marked. And, ooh, good jump out from the Tri-Nouveau, saving their cooler and trying to maybe initiate another push. Both teams now, oh my goodness, the Kraken coming in, protecting the ball carrier, allowing them to score, but unfortunately gets immediately refragged. And it seems to be the similar situation to how the first push happened with Chicken Coop. One player gets the ball in, but nobody's there, nobody is able to follow it up. And now we have Chicken Coop building a very strong-looking clam economy off of that push. And they do have a couple of resources here. But no, somebody goes down to a rogue auto bomb. A second one falls right after, and the other two just are gonna fall like dominoes. It's tragic, but luckily Cooler is here to keep the resources not too damaged.
Yeah, this is one of the reasons why you have to have those really strong and long pushes in this mode, because you can get that one power clam in, but it's really easy, like, because once the clam is scored, oh, speaking of clams being scored, we're already moving in with a power clam, and we do have a little bit of clams to throw in here. Not the safest position, but we have time.
Oh my
and
goodness,
the
what a jump.
clam being jumped in, getting that extra 20 points. We have secured a pretty solid lead here. Normally 50 to 81 isn't the most meaningful lead, but with only a minute left on the clock, and with Spicy Calamari having absolutely no clams to follow up off of this push, going 3 down, they still have their pity, so they can still make another push, but they're definitely on the back foot here. With 10 points left of penalty, they're gonna have to score one power clam and about 4 regular clams. They have to make sure that they have the resources for one more push in the next 20 seconds, and clams overtime does not last that long, so we gotta lock in.
What a shot from the Elita, by the way. But anyway, like, yeah, I do agree. This is, Spicy Calamari have put themselves in a relatively difficult situation as they have no resources and they've lost a majority. Never mind, I'll shut up, I'll be quiet. They just killed 2 with the Zuka. 3 go down, and Chicken Coop's in trouble now. Last player needs to lock in and keep them alive. Oh, Inkmine does go off, but the ball carrier is still alive. It's not looking good. Chicken Coop has 2 players left, trying desperately to hold the point. Booyah comes out, throws it at their feet, but the
slider!
The slider comes out, does actually get some paint. No, the ball falls off! The ball falls off! No! No! Absolute cinema. The Dreadringer was too occupied fighting the leader to realize the ball was gonna bounce off. Tragedy at its finest. Oh my goodness, no. Chicken Coop saved by the bell. And also Gravity. Gravity is a cruel mistress, and every single living being on the planet will always have a very one-sided beef with it. And looks like Spicy Calamari will in fact be learning that lesson today.
I thought it was all good. I thought it was fine. I saw the power clam like land on the ledge, and I was like I started cringing, but then it stopped moving, and I thought it was chill, and then it just fell. It was like I don't know what happened. I thought it was chilling over there. I was like, okay, it's fine.
It's like seeing a basketball just constantly spin on the rim, or teeter on the rim for a solid like 3 seconds before deciding, you know what? Yeah, I am gonna go in, or I'm gonna go out. It's like, it's just painful to watch, and in that case, oh, that sucks, man. It was we were this close, like, oh, you know? Like, we were this one in-game unit away from that clam staying put.
Literally, and that's so sad to see on the E-Leader's perspective specifically, because you could see that the Dread was focused on it, which means that clam just disappeared behind the Dread's back. And that that does not feel good. I couldn't imagine being in that position where I thought the power clam was safe, and then like it just like, because you could see the icon of it like on your side, so I can just imagine from the Dread's perspective, you think the power clam is good, and then it's just like
you just hear the horn just and like, what?
Yeah, just like you could like see it slowly start moving somewhere, and then
yeah, it's just unfortunate, really. One moment. Just go. Okay, alright. But yeah, unfortunately that does happen. Like, you really can't blame the Elite for, well, you can't blame the Dread, pardon me, for focusing on the immediate threat of the Lita. Like, it was tragic, unfortunately. Like, it's either you look at the weapon that's going to one-shot you, or you look at the objective. Like, it's a 50-50 choice.
Yeah, and if you look at the objective, the weapon that one-shots you, one-shots you.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, right. Okay, we are going to take a short break for the moment, I do believe, because for the moment, the next team we have lined up is not quite ready. So we'll be back with you in just a moment. And we're back. We just took a short break to make sure that everything was in order, and we are back with the Grizz versus the Clean Freaks set. Now, we saw Clean Freaks earlier, but Grizz is a bit of a new team for this tournament. So, well, I'm interested to see how they match up. Clean Freaks last had a Clean Freaks first set on stream was rather close in my opinion. So I'm definitely interested to see if they can pull out a win on this one against a new set of opponents. What do you think, Tristan?
Personally, I'm curious to know whether or not Dynamon is playing the GOAT Dynamo, if they're playing at all. There are 5 members on this team, so Dynamon might not actually be part of it. But I'm interested to see the GOAT weapon. I love seeing Dynamo all the time.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's looking at our spreadsheets. Yeah, Dynamon is in fact, according to their name, a Dynamo player. So
Let's go!
I'm quite interested. Let's go! We love to see Dynamo players rejoicing after the recent patch. Oh boy.
Oh, we have a Dynamo and their anchor player plays Stringers, which is definitely a really good combination. A lot of chip damage and AoE, and a lot of really good paint. Actually, it's a very aggressive core that's very hard to like challenge.
Yep. Yeah. Clean Freaks. Clean Freaks has a sub, unfortunately, so Toon is not in here. Tragically, they have a Meepy as a sub who's playing Dapples.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Still like a short range sharking weapon kind of thing. Well, not as much of a sharking weapon since it rolls around a lot, but still like a short range, fast paced fighting weapon to take up Toon's spot.
Yes, indeed. These players, like, they've been working well together so far. Again, like, a bit of inside information here. These players work together quite well. And it's just, their struggle point is like, following up. Like, they work with an initiator, they just kind of struggle to follow up on it. I'm hoping, like, personally, hoping it works. Feel free to type commentator bias in chat, I guess. I don't know. I'm gonna get called out this. But,
I mean,
like,
I'm biased towards all players playing Brellas. So there's fine.
A bit true. I did pick up on that. Earlier.
Yeah, full-time Brella player over here. Those are my goats. I am a Sorella Brella main, which is actually the exact one that person used.
That player, yeah, indeed. I mean, me, I get doping whenever I see a brush blade. To be fair, so can't blame you. Anyways, it's gonna be quite interesting because we both teams. Oh, looking at that, yeah, the one team is relatively like even in terms of range values, but I think both teams have a relatively similar speed in terms of how fast their backline's going to be able to push up. We're gonna have to see how they adapt to each other though during the set.
Yeah, we even have if Dynamon is playing, then we even have 2 heavyweights on both sides. We have Hydra and Dynamo. So we have 2 heavyweights on both sides, or one heavyweight on both sides. I mean.
And our first map mode is going to be Zones Umami, a double zones map. Now, in comparison to a majority of zones maps, where it's a single zone, 2 zones maps require both zones to be in a team's favor for points to start ticking down, which makes it a little easier to contest the objective. And teams need to balance the paint on both sides in order to effectively push. So stalling is going to be a very strong aspect if a team is in disadvantage. Now, when it comes to actually pushing into mid on Umami, that's where the difficulty comes, because you've got a lot of cover when it comes to the mid. Like using the mid, like the elevated part of mid to hide behind or just get high ground on people trying to push from the lowest enemy side can present you with a very strong advantage that you can carry all the way to the end.
Yeah, I would imagine that I'd imagine that the stringer and the stringer that we have on Grizz, and then the bucket that we have on Clean Freaks are gonna love being able to contest entirely over top mid. Like, Stringer can actually just sit on top of their dome and still pressure the other side of mid, paint over there, apply some meaningful chip damage. So it's gonna, bows are kind of oppressive on this map.
Indeed.
You just can't keep yourself safe from their sight lines by just hiding behind mid.
Yes. Both teams are in fact 1-1 from them in their set, so this is going to be this is a need to win as well for both teams. Like if they want to make top cut, they both teams need to win this set. Well, are looking to win this set if they want to make top cut. So it's going to be like both teams are going to be like itching for opportunities to get the advantage.
So is this stage of the tournament? It's a group stage in the bracket, I assume. Then 3 groups.
Yeah, indeed. Yep.
Okay, and then whichever team wins 2 of them gets top cut.
Yeah. Yes.
That makes sense.
Alright, Zones Umami. Once again, a classic for the competitive Splatoon. So, let's see what both teams are bringing. Blaster Dualies on one side for their front line, and the other side is bringing Blaster and Bucket along with an end zap. Alright, let's see how this goes. Now, one team is definitely AoE heavy, where the other is very, very combo heavy.
Oh yeah, but even the, one team being AoE heavy, I think is going to be pretty meaningful on a map like this. You could already see that they're pushing through all the way on the right side and into the left, moving in, getting a very quick double. This is going to be a team that's very, Grizz is going to be a team that's very difficult to actually approach, because even though you think that you have the range value on Clean Freaks, getting around this AoE is going to be incredibly difficult, and retakes are going to be hard too. If they can get good positions under ledges and such, it's going to be difficult for them to retake, because there's a lot of cover here for the AoE weapons to use and just apply meaningful pressure.
Agreed. It's gonna be definitely difficult to try and challenge ledges or push past certain obstacles because again most of these weapons do not require direct line of sight to deal damage, and SCOG just decides, you know what, I'm going for a trade. F it, I'm just gonna go for the blaster.
Yeah, I was thinking
very aggressive maneuver from the Hydra, almost getting picked, but luckily they popped the bubbler to save themselves. Unfortunately, again, they are not in control of the zone, so they need to make a move to at least flip one to prevent the Tyra from taking down. But it's going to be difficult because they don't have that many specials available. Strikes come out in order to create some space and potentially get some picks. One goes down on the side of Grizz. Another might. No, unfortunately, they get zoned out and just eliminated by the Dynamo. And the Dynamo is just going to continue to zone out Clean Freaks.
Yeah, just being able to hold the right side entirely on your own with the Dynamo, being able to hold that paint and keep up all this pressure so your team can just fight and push through the left. This is being able to hold positions like this alone is incredibly meaningful. And then we have one player, the Zap, who tries to rush in and take that space because the game's about to be over. We have 10 seconds left on the clock. 2 on Grizz Riz going down, and Clean Freaks is going to manage to make that push. And even if they can't hold it for long, that 70-point penalty is going to give them a lot of time. But we're still holding this in. The slider comes in.
Oh my goodness!
Pick on the Dynamo afterwards. This Dapple's taking a lot of space here. Going to go help their teammate in the pit. And we have almost what looks to be a delayed wipe on the side of Grizz, and points are ticking down on Clean Freaks. That push to 8 might not mean anything anymore if Clean Freaks can just keep this hold.
It's going to be difficult though, but they did just lose. But Grizz did just lose their cooler weapon before its special got off. It's going to be very difficult. Oh no, the end zap is also going to go down, meaning that both teams' coolers are going to be delayed. Tragically, but never mind. Not so tragically. Both teams have lost 2 players now, and again the zones are going to flip. And Hydra pops bubbler to create advanced. Oh my goodness! Again, very strong reslider to counter the triple splashdown that was also used as a counter. Wow, counter play. What is this, a game of Uno?
Yeah, that is what fast-paced games like this are like, when there's a back and forth between 2 teams. Even small decisions like that are a reflection of just how quickly players need to think on their feet.
Oh, a meaty swing from the Dynamo cleans up the remaining players on Clean Freaks and sends them all back to the respawn. But again, they have a hefty penalty to work through, and that gives Clean Freaks a lot of time to recover the situation. Tosh does eliminate 1 player with the Hydra. And now, again, Cooler is ready. Players are going to be able to push in.
It looks like the Dynamo is also painting for Cooler right now, making sure that they can hold this push. If anybody dies, they're coming back immediately. They are not going down without a fight. very aggressive
no!
position to the Stringer as well. That bubble's going to get shredded by the splashdown. This position for the Stringer is really good because you cannot hide from this thing. Throwing out the chumps to give their teammate an entry into the enemy spawn as well. This is an incredible hold. We have 3 seconds left. I didn't even notice. Time is ticking down.
Oh my, yeah,
We're gonna have
time
to do
goes
some
by
kind of
quickly. You need to move
emergency push.
now. It's unfortunate.
Incredible hold by Grizzriz. The amount of space that you can take with the bow and the chumps there, like that's just a position you never want the bow to be standing because how do you challenge them realistically?
I mean, it's kind of like realistically, the best way to do it is just try and slowly inch your way forward and force them to back away. Like you can't just run straight at them. You need to just slowly inch your way forward into on the front line and work around their explosives.
Yeah, and that's the that's the part that makes it hard because you got to get past their team first. And while you're trying to get past their team, they are obviously helping their team as well. Which means that as long as the people on the front lines pace themselves reasonably, focus on their survivability, they can all combo pretty decently with the bow's AoE, and the bow paints for them really well. The bow gives them the chumps so they can fight with some protection as well. It's just like a really good it's just like a really good weapon for supporting your team. And that's why I like when bow comps play really aggressively. It doesn't have the same range as something like an E-leader, so it has to position like really aggressively to contribute. But when it does, it probably has more direct contributions other than just getting kills to like helping its team than most other backlines do.
Indeed. Well, yeah, there's nothing I really can say to add that. Like, bow is just such a consistent weapon. On top of being, specifically the Sorella, I think it's Sorella. No, Incline Bow. The Incline Bow. Incline Stringer. The Incline Stringer is incredibly strong with chumps and Sprinkler on zones, yeah.
Wait, I got that wrong. That's my bad. I forgot. Jet is the bolt hook. I was thinking because I always think that the Incline Stringer is the one with the ink line, like the line marker, and I always get that confused. Now, yeah, if only Bo could like be consistent at killing stuff too, that'd be pretty sick.
You'd be surprised what some Bo players can pull off with it. Anyways, we are now in a situation where like their top cut entry is on the line. Clean Freaks now needs to win the next 2 games in order to actually secure themselves a spot in top cut. Otherwise, be sent to losers immediately, and that's not good.
Yeah, so right now, what is remember what Clean Freaks record is currently? Both these teams are 1-1, right?
Yes, indeed. Yeah, both these teams are 1-1. This is like their top cut game.
Which means that so how many brackets are there? Is it just top cut and like it's just people who win at least 2 sets make it to top cut, or are there other brackets as well?
Everybody makes bracket. It's just like there'll be losers and there'll be losers and like top cut.
Okay, that makes sense. So there's that makes sense. So there's 2 brackets, and obviously you want to be in top cut because no matter how high you place in the losers bracket, unless like you win, you always want to be in top cut. You always want to have the opportunity. Yeah, you always want to have the opportunity to play against the other teams that made it to top cut, because it's just playing against teams that are. All of these teams would probably be around the same skill level since they're all newer to the scene. But you always like, everybody likes to feel the feeling of getting the better bracket. Everybody likes getting the gold bracket. Everybody likes getting the highest bracket. It's a feeling that just feels good. Even if you don't do as well in it, it's just like a rush.
Yeah, indeed. And I mean. Like we're getting word that Dynamon will be subbing out with Akio coming in for Grizzriz, so they're switching out play. So I'm definitely interested to see that changes their weapon composition a bit. I do believe,
yeah. Yeah, and I'm actually curious to see exactly what weapon it is because we have 52 T-Tech and Cav. It looks like all relatively different weapons in how they play. I'm incredibly curious to see which one it is.
Indeed.
And we're coming out with the 52. And we're switching the pen for the Snipe Rider. Makes sense.
Indeed. All right, this is gonna like no comp change on the side of Clean Freaks, but I don't think that's a bad thing because it means that they can refine their team play strategy with the current work composition. 2 players going on the immediate right to full Clean Freaks, trying to take right stack from Grizzlies, but given there's a 52 there, there's a wall in your way. You got to be careful.
Yeah, this is definitely a comp that's going to be difficult to get around in a different way. Oh, immediately the Dapple spike on the side, getting the double. Are we going to get the triple on the pen? If we do, this is an incredible kill. We can't get it. Getting that pick would have meant so much because then you could shut down the enemy's cooler, but at least we do get to push them back, immediately getting to the first checkpoint and managing to take out another player before going down.
Yep. Tosh with a very strong bubbler to break the check, and actually that was a really good move. While it did destroy it, while the tower did crush it, it ended up actually being quite profitable because it actually blocked for the entire duration of the checkpoint on its own, instead of dying on its own, well faster on the tower. That was a good move.
Yeah, that also means that it gets to start being charged immediately. You know, the bubble isn't like, once the bubble gets destroyed, it's not sitting in a position that's like meaningless now. You just get to charge the next bubble right afterwards.
Unfortunately, this is going to be a bit difficult of a push for Grizzlies, as they have spent a majority of their specials just clearing out the objective. But unfortunately, it's not looking like Clean Freaks is in any position to contest them on the checkpoint.
Yeah, even with the numbers disadvantage that Grizzlies
Never mind,
they managed to get past the checkpoint.
Yep, the Hydra is there to prevent further pushing, and the tower is going to go back. And Hydra is in position to continue to contest them with a flurry of bullets. Taking down 2, as Tosh is standing their ground, does not care about the oncoming fire. Using Bubbler to protect themselves on point to make sure that the repush is strong enough to keep it going. Blaster getting distracted and giving Escog an opening, but they have a flank. The Dapples comes up behind them. The blast radius doesn't get anyone because the tower elevates itself, and they go down. That's tragic.
You can see that they put so much effort into avoiding that slider too. You can see like the Hydra jump off to the left in a panic, making absolutely sure that that reach slider didn't get them. Striking the tower to make sure that it can't be reclaimed immediately, but with 2 players down on the side of Clean Freaks, it is a really good push, but Grizzlies is going to take all of mid control here. We got the 52 walling on the stack as well, so this is going to be a position that you are going to have a difficult time retaking, but unfortunately they drop off.
Yeah, unfortunately, the 52 does go down, but not look like, the match is seemingly returning to the neutral for the moment. Oh my goodness, Bobby, seeing where the Dapples immediately calls them out and just sprays where they're going to show up. Tosh going down to the pencil, and looking like 2 players on Clean Freaks are going to go down here, and they're going to be put in a bit of a disadvantaged state. Oh no, that's a cooler from Bobby, but it's not in a good spot. That's tragic, but Strikes are going to stall the objective just a bit longer so that Escort can allow their teammates to get back in.
Yeah, just making sure that when you have that numbers disadvantage, the enemy team can't just immediately push over. It allows you to just keep that lead for a little bit longer. You like, even the numbers advantage isn't an advantage if you can't push the objective. Oh, and from behind.
That's tragic. Oh my goodness, but actually that's not that big of a deal because Bowie did trade out the Dapples that snuck up on the Tosh, but it's going to be very difficult to recover the situation now because, again, Grizzlies has got control of tower, they have all players alive, and they have a cooler. This is going to be a rather desperate situation. Never mind! The pencil actually went down without dropping cooler. This isn't a good situation for Grizzlies as they are about to be sent back to the starting block again. But the Dapples, Doodly, is trying their damnedest to keep the game alive. It's going to be difficult. They have a minute left and they have a reslider, but their teammates are not in a position to use their specials just yet. Reslider comes out, does get 2! That was a very, very dangerous drop, and it does not pay off for Clean Freaks.
You know, this is an opportune time to take a lot of space here. The 52 coming on the right side as well with... they had to get off the tower because of the strikes, stalling the push a little bit. Again, they're taking so much space, but those strikes, that good tower cleaner, is just preventing them from getting past the choke point. They make it through, though. They're 2 down. Can we push it past 38? With 30 seconds left on the clock, this push could make everything. But unfortunately, it's going to get shut down, and Clean Freaks is going to be able to retake. The slider going in, getting 1 pick. Grizzriz is down by 2. And with 10 seconds left on the clock, Do we have anything on the side of Grizriz? We have 1 pick going up. We have 2 picks going up. This is a push that we can hold. Are we going to get the adrenaline rush of this overtime? If we can get past this choke point without the strikes, we can make it.
This is unfortunate. This isn't looking good for Clean Freaks. They need to do something now, but there's nobody alive to do it. They get picked apart 1v1, and the game is over. Oh no! The last second push from Grizriz will secure the set for them. Unfortunate.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. You could see that the 52 was keeping that bucket player in a position where they couldn't reliably aim strikes at the tower. They shut down that tower cleaner to make sure that they could absolutely push.
Yeah. Indeed, that is just a very unfortunate situation for Clean Freaks. The Dapples was sharking on at the ledge to potentially roll in and kill the Tower Rider, but they've had some they got caught in some preemptive fire from the tower, from both the pencil and the blaster, and got comboed, so they couldn't react to it, which is tragic because I saw the play forming, was about to call it out, but then disaster strikes. Some props to Grizriz there for being cautious and firing there, to be fair.
Maybe you could maybe that's still commentator's curse. You know, you manifested it. You manifested the curse even before you said anything.
The laws of the universe sensed that I was about to speak, and they said, "Nah, fam, I'm changing the script."
Clams Museum de Alfonsino, very popular Clams map actually. There are a couple ways to push here. There's the block on the left side, jumping off the spinner and managing to get over the slope elbow on the right side. Pretty with this many ways to push, keeping people out on this map can feel incredibly difficult without AoE, without having the ability to hit cover, without being able to hit multiple angles at once. It can feel incredibly difficult to keep people out of a push.
Yeah. If you don't control mid, and especially if you're not watching the left drop, like your enemies drop to the left, that's going to be that can result in some disastrous collapses in your defense if you get flanked. Like, say you kill the front line, and they're just like, I trust my team to hold the basket for a minute. I'm just gonna drop right. Let's go, whee! And you get flanked. It happens because it always happens at the worst times, when you least need it to happen to get flanked when you're trying to start a push.
Oh, absolutely, it's the worst. It happens on Rainmaker a lot, too, because the Rainmaker with those heavyweight stats makes you move a lot slower, so the pushes are a lot harder. So getting flanked on that mode, too, is, also very difficult, because even with a lot of ways to push, just that one flank route that's, I guess because it's mostly not super visible. It's blocked off from your vision, so unless you are actively paying attention to it and turning your camera in a way where you can no longer see what's in front of you, it's very difficult to keep track of that flank and keep track of moving forward at the same time.
I mean, certainly one way to keep an eye on it is have it painted and just flash your map occasionally. Just flashing your map and to check if that area has been painted over or has enemy painted it. It can be a really good subtle indicator that somebody is there. I mean, to be fair, enemy paint normally indicates that somebody's there to begin with, so...
Yeah, that's why, all maps, but Museum especially, is one of those maps where you definitely want to have mid-control before you try that kind of push. It gives you more ways to push in, more ways to defend. It's a very versatile map, and you want to be able to have all the mobility you need.
I have had a fairy whisper in my ear that there is actually still a chance for Clean Freaks to make it to Top Cut if they win this game in the group stage. So they need to power through this difficult map mode and in order to get a chance. But for the moment, it's up to them to brawl it out. Now Tosh getting a very good pick, spraying down the blaster, making sure that they can't get anything started. The Dapple Doodly in mid. The Dapple. Oh, it's V Dapples this time, not Dapples Devo. Okay, we're going for a more support role.
Yeah. This gives us...
Absolutely, ankle's broken, and Meepy just starts a push, chasing down the stringer and sending them packing. Now they've acquired plat. Are they going to be able to hold it? Reslider is ready. Unfortunately, no, a flank has happened.
Wait,
yeah, Doodly's beacon. Doodly used a beacon to get there.
All the ball disappears, and we're gonna get the double. That push gets completely shut down by the sharking Dapples protecting, or I guess not so protecting, but preventing that power clamp from being picked up. we had some of the teammates in Grizz attempting to not from Grizzlies, from Clean Freaks, trying to hold the position forward, but without that power clam, it just wasn't a push they could make.
Oh, strong sloshes from Escog, preventing a push. Another one goes down on the side of Grizzlies. Another one, 3 down, two picks by Meepy, 1 pick by Escog. Unfortunately, the bucket also does go down, but it's going to be very difficult for them to get out. Again, it's just classic brawling. It's clamlets. We've seen this before. It happened for Clean Freaks on Barnacle and Dime. It might just happen here. Never mind. Tosh gets 2 with a good strong spray, and they need to be careful. They're all low HP. And again, Grizzlies is in a difficult situation. A strong double splashdown gets both. But again, they do get traded out by Bobby. This is just a bloodbath, or ink bath in this case, because whoever gets the upper hand here is going to get a strong push. Because clams are flying left and right, getting claimed and picked up by both teams constantly. Oh my goodness, Escog, what was that?
Yeah, the problem that we seem to be having now is that the clam economy on the map just isn't that good, because as people are dying, you only ever drop 3 clams when, oh my god, the aura. We do have a lot of clams now on the side of Grizzriz. Ignore what I said. Oh, do we have the flank on the left side? Yeah, we have the dabbles on Grizzriz pulling attention on the left side. Ideally, to give their team an opportunity to move.
He put a beacon up there. No, he didn't get it. They put a beacon up there, but it didn't work. They jumped and tried to put a beacon down, but it didn't work for them. And now, unfortunately, they're paying the price. They didn't have their teammate jump to them when they when they were up on their enemy's side. That's not good. That might actually just backfire on them because they've already lost a ball. A bubbler comes out in mid for Tosh. Unfortunately, there's a player in the bubble. But the bubble actually does save Tosh, and they actually do trade out the dapples, but it's not good as another player gets picked by the 52, and the 52 rushes up. But luckily, there are players here to stop them in their tracks. Strikes come out. Trying to push them out. Doodly Time has flanked behind the enemy team, gets traded out by Bobby, and looks like Grizzriz is in a numbers disadvantage in this right now. Oh my goodness. Again, no points have been scored. We are 4 minutes 30. Wait, no, 3 minutes 30 into this match, going on to 4, and no team has scored. These teams are evenly matched here. Like, neither of these teams is able to form a coherent push. Oh no! A strong whale gets 1 pick, weakens 2, and is just going to send everybody backwards. But again, a reslider from Meepy is going to be a solid answer. Gets 1 pick, 2 down on the side of Grizzlies, and again, we're back to neutral. It just keeps happening. We are back to neutral. We're back in the building.
Having a weapon like 52 on Grizzriz' side is actually super useful for making sure that even if you can't get a push, the enemy team can't either, because getting past those choke points when there's just a wall in your way is nigh impossible when you just don't really have the object damage for it. And being able to wall the choke point on offense so you can hold your position very well, it just means that it's going to be very difficult to both keep Grizzriz out and to prevent them from and to actually get in. But 2 are going to go down on the side of Grizzriz. We got 3 going down, and then another goes down. We effectively have a delayed wipe here. We can make this push with 2
No,
power
Bobby misses the climb!
Oh, no, they're going to go
down. They missed! That's tragic!
Here. Oh,
no, and the push just falls apart!
This is going to be 100 to 100 overtime. That's heartbreaking.
Oh my goodness.
We're not going to be able to get the ball. Can they get it? Oh my god.
Oh my goodness. Escort gets a score. And now all they need to do is get... Oh my goodness.
They saved the game. They saved the game.
What a roller coaster. It goes from a 5-minute long stalemate to a last push, and the miss occurs, potentially meaning a 2-minute overtime. Clean Freaks just said, nah, we do not want this 7 minutes of agony. Let it end. Nogami, free us. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. There's no other way to describe that except what just happened. Oh my goodness. It goes from we're so back to it's so over to we're so back in a millisecond. This is why we have competitive Splatoon. This is why we stream these games, because nobody would believe us.
Yeah, Splatoon is definitely a lot more fast-paced than other competitive shooters. At least team shooters. Splatoon is just so
it just plays so fast because the movement options that you have in this game are incredible, and the options that you and the objectives that you have in this game, they're easy to at least get 1 point on the board for, even if winning the game off of them is significantly harder. And being able to have that left push on the block, I don't think we saw anybody on Clee Freaks push that way until the very last moment when we needed to push that clam in. I don't think anybody was expecting that option.
The problem with the block route on clams is that it's so obvious. The block is out in the open, and there's no cover leading up to the block, making it very difficult to swim up and get there unnoticed. And most of the time, the backline is sitting on their ledge anyway, so it's just painful to try and push there without a really good advantage to do so. Anyways, that absolute ride of a Clam Blitz match behind us now. We are on to the final game of the final set of group stages. Nonchalant Aura Ultimate Team Naught versus 15 Over. Now, again, both of these teams are new to me, so I'm quite interested to see their weapon pools once we get a hold of them.
I got a question. Nonchalant Aura Ultimate Team, Not. Do they have a Nautilus player?
I wonder what their namesake's about.
I really like the name Nonchalant Ultimate Team. What's their score right now? Are they at least one set up?
I'm not sure.
I want these guys to make top cut. These guys are kind of awesome. Both teams are 1-1 as well. Nice. So this is gonna be another set that determines who's getting top cut then. And is this gonna be the last set?
I'm not sure. Yes, it seems so. This seems to be the last set we'll be streaming.
Okay, so this is gonna be. It looks like there are 2 more sets of pools, but this is gonna be the last one that we're streaming. That's alright. What streamer wouldn't want to commentate for the Nonchalant Aura Ultimate Team?
Naught, for sure. Oh my goodness. Again, fantastic name. Anyways, yeah, do we get the weapon wall? I'm not sure if we have a weapon wall. Also, I dropped it. Whoopsies! Yeah. Anyways, okay. Right, so first game is Clams Umami. Oh my goodness. Oh, I have had bad experiences on this one.
Yeah, my team's not great on this map, actually. We kind of suck at Clams Umami. It's not easy. This map is... I honestly don't know what it is. Like, I think it's just... There's just something about this map mode that I don't understand, I guess. And it's going to be interesting to commentate on it. Maybe looking at it from an outside perspective, I'll be more aware of it.
And yep, we do have a Naught player on the side of Naught, thank goodness. And looks like we were going to get into this match relatively quickly. So, let's see. Both of these teams are playing for a spot in Top Cut, I do believe. So we'll have to see how this goes. An interesting composition on the side of, I think, Nonchalant? I'm not sure. Yeah, Nonchalant. Nonchalant is yeah. Alright. No,
the
15
triple
over.
run speed mini splat thing.
Would we have it any other way? That thing must go fast, and it must go fast always.
Let's go fast always. Starting off here with 15 seconds down, nobody's really gotten a... Oh, well, there's the pick on the mini splatling. Getting walled out by the 10 here. Yeah, might be. Commentator's curse. The mini is going to have a little bit of trouble getting past that 10. If it chooses to hold the same side as the... if it chooses to hold the same side as the 10 umbrella player, it's not really going to be able to push it without stamp. It's going to have to rely on its other teammates, the sword that can shred it, the leader with that high object damage, and the dread that can hit around it to actually fight that, or it's just going to get shut down.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, no, the team does have that mini covered. Like, that mini does have object damage covered by all 3 of its teammates. So the tent might just actually be in a bit of a nightmare scenario here, as they can't consistently protect their teammates. However, they are doing a good job of making sure that their teammates are getting into good situations. Crab comes out, but there's also a Vac. Unfortunately, the Vac... No, wait! The Vac prevents... The Vac covers the Hydra that shreds the hammer. Again, counterplay. Oh my goodness.
Very, very fast way and exciting way to start our final set of the stream. The absolute back and forth of this fight. A Clams game is a good start because there's just a lot of fighting going on. This is like a really fun mode to start on. It's just going to be such a fast and intense game all the way through.
Indeed, it will certainly allow these teams to get well acquainted for each other in this match. Oh no! Unfortunately, you have learnt the lesson that the hammer is mightier than the booyah bomb. Oh my goodness! And it just hammer sweep, absolute hammer sweep. How that is the epitome of hammer. You either wipe the enemy team or you die instantly. There is no in between. And looks like Nort is going to take the first push of this match, and it's going to be a very strong one, pushing to below 60, meaning that 50 Nova are going to need at least 2 power clams and a throw to get past it.
Yeah, and at the very least, we do have the Stamper distracting while we have a Crab out in mid. 15 over has a lot of space taken in mid, and we could just take the lead right here, actually, if that leader can manage to get in.
Unfortunately, they don't have any specials to keep themselves in this fight. You need to, like, again, when it comes to getting past this choke point and keeping your team in that far into the enemy side, you need a special. But it's a good start. It actually does work in their favor because it is going to chip away a little at the score and allow them to perform another big push right after, with one ball going in, the Splatana killing out the Vac, and the second ball coming in to create such a strong counter push, and they go down to 38. Are they going to be able to continue it? Yes. Are they going to drop it down? They drop it below 30. That is a big threshold for 50 Nova to get through, and they have just completely flipped the script on this match again.
Are they gonna jump the pity?
Do they? They are! Oh my goodness, it gets down to 3!
One power clam!
One clam and it's over, but I don't think anybody has it!
The Stamper doesn't have a clam. They can't do it.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! They're just going to kill everyone! Oh no, he's run at me!
No.
Oh my goodness! What? Like, let's just, like, I think both players are just praying that nobody saw that. Unfortunately, the camera sees all, and 50 Nova are not done. 50 Nova are not done. They're right back in the enemy team's business. They are not letting go, and they want to finish it here. They do.
Oh my god, the pity was the exact amount of points they needed with the 17 penalty and the 3 points. That pity was all they needed.
What is this? What is this?
God.
What? What happened?
I got so sad earlier when I watched the tent pop the vacuum under the basket, and then the sword just slowly approached them. I was like, no!
Hi there. I'm going to kill you now. You can't. You have no say in the matter. Perish.
Well, amazing start from
Absolute clam blitz.
But I already forgot which team won that game. It was 15 over, right?
Yeah, 15 over wins that one. Yes.
Yes,
oh my
push
goodness.
From 15 over. Those fights were just so fast, and there were just like multiple delayed wipes the entire time. The brawls were on point.
Yeah, the brawls. I mean, brawls, and unfortunately, the two-sided fumble from both the tent and the splitter and the stamper, both running out of ink and being forced to just look at each other. Oh my goodness, that is not a flattering engagement to have on camera, lads. Unfortunately, that is your legacy now.
Man, a Clams game first is awesome. It definitely got me excited to see the rest of this set. Especially since for these players... Oh my god, wait a minute. Their team profile picture is a Nautilus.
Wait a Wait a second.
It's a knot, dude. It's a knot.
Spider-Man point meme.
It's, Clams game is definitely getting me excited for what for these teams should be their last chance to make top cut. This is definitely going to get the adrenaline pumping for Urchin Zones. That kind of removes the adrenaline. Low.
Oh joy. Oh joy. I mean, it's something going to be interesting considering the fact that they do have a 10 player, so they could bring a beacon weapon to actually make it interesting. Hot take, beacons are actually quite strong on Urchin, like in my opinion, because, like, again, being able to, like, the map is so close quarters that if you're able to get a beacon at a good spot, like, in some, like, again, it's very difficult to find them too. Your big walls just make it so difficult to get rid of, deal with beacons. But it's just... I understand why some people do not enjoy Urchin. Like, it does not let backlines exist.
Except for, like, the really short-range ones, like Wellstring, and then, like, Head It. And then sometimes Heavy, just because it plays, like, really aggressively. But, like, leaders, like Chargers. No Chargers. No Chargers allowed. But, yeah, beacons are really helpful on Urchin, because there are a lot of places... It's just such a wide map where you can place beacons that are just, like... Not in places that are hard to reach, but places that take time to reach, where you have to go out of your way to find them. I'd say that the only difficulty really comes from the fact that Tent being a heavyweight weapon, its mobility is not good, and it likes to be able to defend key locations, and going out of position to place beacons, it's not something that it can't do. But it doesn't have the mobility of something like Dapples, or the ink efficiency of something like Dapples that could just, like, place a beacon and then run back to where they're needed. It really does have to kind of go out of its way to place those beacons.
I mean, yeah, but depending on which weapons that are using those beacons, they will be thanking them for them being there, because, like, if you're trying to jump to the 10, you are taking a gamble of whether or not they are in a fight, because it's a 10. Like, they are itching to just get into a brawl.
Yeah, absolutely. And even if it's not the 10, we have seen a lot of Dapples today, so we could still see a beacon Dapple. We can't rule it out.
Yeah. Also, something I should mention is that 15 over will be summing out a player. Merbar, I think. The pronunciation is hard, pardon me. Merbar is out and Washed is in. So we will be seeing a change. So the Lita player is dropping out, and a mini player is coming in.
Oh, okay.
On the side of 15 over.
Wait, didn't they already have minis on both sides?
I mean, yeah, but 2 minis can hurt.
That's true. It's a very versatile weapon, I guess. So it's an incredibly versatile main weapon.
Okay.
Okay. So cutting in here, making it to mid of Urchin. 10 seconds in, we get the first pick on one of the minis. Oh, another pick. Nonchalant Aura team is going down by 3. 15 over is going to very easily take this first initial push. We don't have a lot of ways to get back immediately, so 15 over is just going to get a lot of points off of this. The Booyah Bomb to keep them walled out. Oh, the Stamper sees everybody on the right side. We're getting flanked.
Oh no, yeah. 15 over with a breakneck initial push now has to make a stronghold, but again they're letting Zone tick down just to camp a jump, and that's not good. That's tightening their margin for error when it comes to holding. But they do get the situation under control. But the shot is 1v4ing. What are we doing? The shot is 1v4ing.
Yeah, this is one of those weird maps that since it's so wide, having people like covered like different positions, like you have to move around a lot on this map. Staying in one spot is usually not ideal because you'll always be letting in the enemy team like constantly because there's just so many ways to get in, so many ways to approach. Your movement has to be on point to make sure. Oh, was that a nice double from the mini stamp? Okay.
Unfortunately, that was only one pick.
Oh, wrong. I was wrong.
Incorrect buzzer. Anyway, regardless, Nort is still in control of the zone and is actually just again closing the gap. They are crawling their way back into this game. They are making a good effort of not getting wiped like they did in the initial engagement. But we'll see how that effort holds up in the long run of this match. Again, both teams are on a very small penalty. Oh my goodness! A panic reslider comes out from 15 overs. Oh my! The match is moving at such a pace we can't get a word in. The game says nuh-uh, say something else. Like,
This might
oh
also
my
be the
goodness.
most even score we've seen up until this point.
Indeed. I mean, apart from the Clan Plus match.
Oh,
Again,
right.
the shot is up front for 50 Nova, taking a lot of the aggression and the attention, allowing the Stamper to come in and assist them with their fight. A clean Zuka shot around the corner, takes out the Hydra and sends Naught's backline back to the respawn.
Yeah, 15 over might be taking Naught's name a little bit with the shot Aura farming. The mobility from Aura is super helpful on a small map like this. It gives you just the fighting power you need to hold pushes like this. And we're staying really far back here on the side of Nonchalant, which sounds good, except for the fact that we only have 14 seconds left on the clock. We really have to move into the zone here. Definitely.
Oh my goodness, they do get a flip! They establish a penalty. Yeah, Nonchalant do actually manage to set themselves a penalty and keep themselves in the game, but unfortunately, their team is still a bit scattered, but everyone's back now, and it's the time to actually see if they can make a strong push. Unfortunately, no, they get picked, another member goes down for them, but they still maintain control of the zone because the end tap is still painting, the Hydra is still holding the line. This is a very, very strong duo to maintain it, but they're getting pushed out. Never mind, I'll stay quiet. The Hydra, again, making sure their team has a way in.
There's an argument to be made that them waiting until the very last second was actually the optimal play to make sure that everybody can take advantageous positions. Make absolutely sure that they can hold this for as long as possible, and regardless, they've established a penalty, which means that it's going to take a while, even with that triple over oh my god. Oh my god!
Nope, no. You press the jump button to somebody who just died, you go back as well. It's a 2-for-1 special deal. But again, unfortunately, Naught is running out of time, and they're running out of time quickly. It's looking very bleak for them, unfortunately. The Mini attempted to go for a flank, but they get intercepted and zoned out. Hammer comes out for the... Oh no! That's not good! That's not good!
Wait, we gotta paint like now. We got 4, 3, 2, 1 left on the clock.
Unfortunately, no. It does not happen. 15 Nova will take both games in the set so far. They have to play 3, though. We have to play another one.
It's alright, it's alright. It's chill. It's light work. Nonchalant is gonna be nonchalant about it. They'll figure it out. They'll lock in.
Yeah, this is one of the maps where it just gets messy very quickly. Frankly, it's the fastest when it comes to getting messy. Because there's yeah, you do have two very, there's no other way to describe it. The entire map is mid. The entire map is mid.
Oh, you're right, it sucks. Yeah, that map is so mid. I can't stand Urchin, bro.
No. You don't get me. As in, the entire map is the mid of the map. That's what I'm on about.
I knew what you meant. I knew what you meant.
They're having a mid-off. Both teams are having a mid-off.
I knew what you meant, but it is mid.
Indeed.
Just wanted to point out, by the way, that Hydra was putting in some work, which is not usually something you see on Urchin. You don't usually see the Hydra on Urchin, but they're putting in some work. They're putting in work.
I'll be honest, I was not expecting to see Hydra on Urchin, but again, they did their best with a difficult map for their weapon.
They definitely did have a really good hold for a little bit. I guess the problem is that there aren't a lot of places to stand with long range and slow backlines like that. And that shot on the other team really liked that Zuka spot as well.
Yeah. Zuka being incredibly strong, being able to reach so far back, especially on Urchin. And unfortunately, Hydra did show its weaknesses there, especially on Urchin, because it didn't have anywhere to go when somebody threw a Booyah Bomb at its feet. It had nowhere to go, and it was a really well-thrown Booyah Bomb, because they threw it behind them, either forcing them to drop into the zone, into open ground, or just die, which is, again, fantastic throw.
Those Booyah Bombs that game were actually really good. A lot of people just died by having Booyah Bombs just thrown at them at perfect times, on both sides, I think.
Yes, indeed.
A lot of really good Booyah Bombs.
Yep. Booyah Bomb, here's the thing. Booyah Bomb, nowadays, especially in Splatoon 3, you rarely see Booyah Bomb get kills. Well, in the grand scheme of a match. Because people are used to it now. People are used to how fast it expands. People are used to, listening out for the sounds. And, generally, it's a lot weaker than it used to be. But also the fact that, people have started using it for what I frankly think is its intended purpose of being a displacement special, forcing somebody out of forcing people out of a concentrated area is not, and again, one that you can choose as well is frankly insanely powerful.
Moving in here to Museum Rainmaker, definitely a slower paced Rainmaker mode. Once you get past that one checkpoint, that checkpoint is pretty much the choke point of this map.
Yeah, like the ramp and then the spinner. Getting past spinner is the biggest challenge. Well, getting past spinner and getting up the final ramp is the biggest challenge. And like spinner makes it messy. The spinner makes things a bit messy depending on what you're fighting.
Oh yeah, especially since one of the push routes for the Rainmaker is by jumping over the spinner, and that can get messy when the spinner is like moving.
Indeed. I mean, well, the spinner doesn't move on Rainmaker, I don't think. So that's
really.
I don't think it does. Can't remember.
Maybe I'm crazy. I might be thinking of. I mean, it definitely moves on Clam, so I might have been thinking of Clam. I might be crazy. I thought it moved on Rainmaker.
Like. Everybody memorizes the map, but there's a point where you don't think about the map anymore. You just move through the map without thinking about it. You know, like
yeah. I guess I just always assume it's in a good spot.
Yeah, until it's not.
Starting off here, do we have any comp changes? We have a 96. The ink bag meta is here.
But yeah, 96 from Nonchalant, but they don't have a Oh wait, we have a zip. Wait, is that Bucket Deco?
I think
it is Bucket Deco.
It's the ultimate Hydra counter, long range sub weapon against the backline.
Oh boy, we get to see the funny. Oh my god, the bucket combo! The bucket combo!
The bucket combo with line marker. Unfortunately, 3 going down on the side of 15 over. Nonchalant Aura is probably going to be able to get a reasonable push a little further up. That E-leader forced a really far back and doesn't really have very many good sight lines here. On the other hand, neither does the Hydra because the leader is standing there.
Yep, unfortunately the Hydra does get flanked because the rest of the team has pushed up, and it's looking like that the team is just going to fall apart. It does. Unfortunately, their backline gets taken out from a flank to the right, and 15 over is going to most likely going to initiate the first push, going for a check break. 3 players alive, might just be able to do it. Special. Ooh, just going. Are they going to try and? No, they get forced out by the sheer volume of bullets coming their way. Oh, Mini attempting to go for a flank on the left side does not work out for them. But again, it's creating space. It's buying time. Both players remaining do have their specials. They do get them. The Hydra takes out both, attempting to go from the left. And looks like they're going to recover the situation. Oh my goodness. That is one hair's breadth away from getting scored. They need to be very careful. If any member of 15 over touches that Rainmaker, it's going to score it. And going to break the check.
Thankfully, 15 over was able to hold mid even after 3 of them went down, which means they can very easily, the spinner's moving by the way, they can very easily make this push back. Because being able to hold mid on a map like this kind of means that there isn't really a way to flank on the left either because everyone is watching you. Like everybody knows where everybody is when you have full mid control. It's going to take a lot of work, especially with the special disadvantage for Nonchalant Aura to actually get the picks they need to get this push. We can see the Mini going down to the Zuka. We can take even more space here. One more is going to go down. The back is popped. That Hydra might just have to pop Booyah to survive this caster coming out. Oh no, they're going to save it. Right,
they do pop it though. Where is it landing? It does go to try and stop the check, but it's a little too late. Unfortunately, somebody attempting to shark does also get hit, and the Hydra just simply doesn't have the DPS to keep up with 4 players.
Oh, the crab and the bucket in front and the crab behind, going to clear up a lot of space. Oh no, the Mini drops out of position. The Rainmaker is gonna knock him
out. No! That's so tragic! Nonchalant does actually take a game. Nonchalant takes a game. Wait, no, Nonchalant
15
loses.
over.
No, it was 15 over. I'm blind. I'm blind.
I
I'm
also
dumb.
got confused. I also got confused for a second.
Yeah, I was like, wait a second, who's attacking who? Oh, that is tragic. Nonchalant actually had a solid defense with the mini, but the mini slipped off the platform, going a little too far. It hurts. Anyways,
Oh,
that tragedy of a set. Unfortunate for Naught, they do get 3-0'd. Anyways, that will be the end of this leg of the. So that will be the end of the pool stage of the showcase words. And well, I will be returning, but unfortunately, we will be having another commentator take Trist's place. So, Trist, please feel free to plug your socials or let people know where they can find you after this.
Good question. Hold on. So I have a Blue Sky. Let me figure out what it is. I think it's just tristories.bluesky.social. Yeah, it's tristories.bluesky.social. I don't actually use Blue Sky that often, but can I plug my team's group, Blue Sky? Can I plug that?
Be our guest.
Give me 1 second. I'm gonna look for it. But also, I occasionally stream on Twitch, and occasionally just games that I want to play. The Crystal Clovers also have a YouTube channel where we stream pretty much all of our tournament runs and scrims and everything. The Crystal Clovers is my team, by the way, so we have our own YouTube channel as well, where you can find a bunch of stream VODs. And here it is. It's Crystal Clovers SPL.bsky.social. Which I kind of wish I just had this stuff linked in my Discord. This would make this so much easier. Also, thank you guys for having me. I appreciate it. And before I go, that spinner was totally moving, by the way. Get trolled.
Oh boy. Anyway, it was a pleasure to have you on. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. It was a pleasure to commentate with you.
All right, we will see everybody. We will see you lot once this break is over, and we'll be back again with the top cup brackets. Hello and welcome back. We have made a quick return, and I am back with yet another voice in your head. It's different this time. Hello, welcome my co-commentator Nax.
Hello. There's so many of us. You can't stop us. We're like roaches. We keep coming back.
The voices won't stop. We keep telling you to jump in despite the risks. Anyways, we are here with you with the fifth and final round of groups. We have White Ink Frames and Lider. Lider? L-I-D-R. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Again, pronunciation.
Yeah. So full confession here. I'm pretty new around here. Excited to be here, but I haven't been able to see what these teams have been up to so far in the academy. So I'll be relying on you a little bit for info about that. But I'm excited to see them because with low-level teams and stuff, there's so much unpredictability to it, as we've been seeing in the stream already. So you see a lot of stuff that you wouldn't see in other tournaments and whatnot. So it's fun to commentate, it's fun to watch, it's a good time.
Yeah, indeed. I am a little familiar with White Ink Frames though, as I have played. My team, Clean Freaks has had a scrim against them. So yeah, I am somewhat familiar with how they play, and they put on a very good show, from my opinion.
Yeah.
So it's very fun to watch them play.
Oh, we got some comp picks in here. Oh my gosh, I remember one of these users has a Inkling pick crew that I feel like I saw like 8 years ago or something. Anyway, sorry, that's not interesting commentary at all. What do we got here? We got a lot of paintbrush, a lot of flatlings and E-leader for backline here, umbrellas, NZF stamp, and these are fun comps.
Yeah, fun comps are always interesting to see because you never know who's going to pop off. Like, it could be literally any member of the 8 players in the round. So, we're going to have to see just how this goes.
Yeah, I think for litter, we didn't establish that.
Litter, I'm not sure. Its pronunciation is weird.
Litter kind of feels right.
According to one of our resident northern region occupying members of staff, it's a play on Lidl. So.
Okay, gotcha. All right, well, it looks like we're going into. I can hear the game. I can't see the game, but
yeah, there we go. It's just a bit of a scene transition. All right. So White Ink Frames is running. Okay, right then. So we have a Lita versus Heavy, which has been happening fairly commonly. Oh my goodness, Lita going out with an early pick and putting pressure, forcing White Ink Frames to back off very quickly.
Yeah, that leader heavy matchup often not going to be advantageous for the heavy, but I know that heavy is often a pick these days for flat zones for its high painting capacity on the side of a backline. But White Ink Frames already locking down the zone and making a push up here and putting that triple splash down, and they are here to mean business.
Indeed, yes they are. They are here. They're here to stay. Missiles keep the enemy at bay, but unfortunately they've lost all three of their members. But the Brella, again, being a brawling weapon, is here to keep things going just a little bit longer, allowing their team to re-enter. They do have strikes ready, and that bubbler is looking mighty fine. But never mind. A very well placed jet shot is going to take them both out, preventing the strikes and maintaining Lider's hold.
I know that's going to be a clip that we're going to want to see later. Now it's going to look like Leader is going to be pushing up and trying to do the exact same thing that White Ink Frames was doing a second ago. Let's see if they can lock down this zone. They're not quite pushed up as far as White Ink Frames was, and it looks like those price checks are going to be coming out to try and flip that zone, along with the triple splashdown. They're really popping all those specials to make things happen, and it is right back on the side of White Ink Frames.
Yep, they do, and White Ink Frames does also maintain their lead and apply a decently substantial penalty. Oh my goodness, the Blaster is playing a very dangerous game, but does manage to get away from the roller, surprisingly enough. I wasn't expecting that.
Looks like those whales are coming out and trying to displace the players on the side of White Ink Frames a bit, but not quite able to make that happen. But as I say that, it looks like the roller splatter is going to come in there with the roller and make things happen and flip that zone once again. And that penalty is ticking down.
Yeah, and a bubbler here is going to maintain their hold very far forward, meaning that White Ink Frames is going to have to cover a lot of ground before they're able to cover the zone. Two specials combined in order to take out the backline on White Ink Frames.
That was a great special combo. The way it pincered the backline there, very nice. And now looks like that lead is going to flip over to leader. Tri-strikes are coming out on the side of Whiting Frames. They're going to try and flip that zone again, and 2 down on the side of
Umbrella
leader.
battle.
And umbrella battle. All right.
Yeah, try and say that 3 times fast. Yep. Whiting Frames once again flipping the script, looking to get a stronghold with 2 down and a very small bounty. Might just result in another lead flip. But hold on, they've actually let one player get away from them. But oh my goodness, this is such a difficult situation with the paintbrush. They've run out of ink and they need to go. Ah, tragedy.
That is not a situation you want to be in with the paintbrush when your first swipe of that brush takes 3 to 5 business days to come out. So it looks
also
like...
the lacking of ink resistance while running, because Nogami hates the class.
Yes, absolutely. And now that timer's ticking down with only 10 seconds on the clock for Whiting Frames, and it looks like there's not going to be much that Leader can do right now. And that first game is going to go to Whiting.
Good strong back and forth though. Good strong back and forth.
For sure. And you know what? That's another thing that I love about seeing Splatoon at this level is that, you know, when you're watching majors or what have you, there'll be upsets and stuff, but you're going to be able to make predictions at the very least. You know, you're going to be able to regardless of whether you get those predictions upset, you're going to be able to have teams where you say this team is probably going to take this. When you're on this level, there's so much that you don't expect, and there's so much. The games can be so back and forth and so close, and it's really fun to watch.
Yeah, it's. Yeah, but there's no. You put it the best way you could. It's so fun to watch such an interesting comps play against each other because you just never know what the outcome of the interactions are going to be. Also, I have been given a little bit of insider information in regards to Whiting Frames. Apparently, they have been passing around amongst the team members. Every team member has at least attempted to assume the backline role, which is an interesting thing.
You do it. No, you do it. I don't want to do it.
Yeah, fair enough. I can't play backlines. Too slow. I don't like standing still.
Me neither. I'm boring. I play shooters. I play Splattershot. I play sometimes NZAP.
Indeed.
But that is interesting though, because I've been in situations on teams where you're kind of trying to sort out who's backline, and like it's such an interesting role because there's so much flexibility in the things that different backlines are good at. I feel like that you can really have your comps shift around so much just based on the backline that you have.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, because like the backline really dictates how you play and how fast you're able to push up. Because if you've got a Hydra, you kind of have to push up slowly and wait for it to, haul its way up to a power position. Whereas if you've got something like a heavy or an explode, you can actually just like leave it alone, like let it catch up because of its sheer amount of range.
And it looks like we're going to be going to Clams on Barnacle and Dime. What do you think about this map mode?
I mean, we saw it earlier with Clean Freaks against Unorthodox. It was a really difficult one for them specifically, mainly because of comms. But if you're able to clear, if you're able to like clear out space and take things a little slow, like Clams on Barnacle and Dime just allow you to just take. It can snowball. It can just snowball so hard at times.
I feel like it's a fun one because it's not too far to that basket with like it's a pretty. I'm not going to call it like a completely straight shot, but compared to some other Clams maps, you can go pretty close to that basket right away, and things can happen really fast compared to other Clams map modes.
An early pick on the side of Whiting Frames will result in the 52 going down, but 2 picks from Lighter will also result in a tie in terms of numbers. Unfortunately, the Carbon does get whiffs both of their vertical swings and will get picked, and the numbers advantage is going to go to Whiting Frames here.
That's going to be our power combo.
Oh my goodness.
Interesting move to go for that triple splash down there. Honestly, leaving yourself open a little bit there, but I managed to make it happen. And that's going to be 4 down on the side of Leader already, and Whiting Frames is ready to make this push, and that is already...
Oh my goodness, yeah.
The points down to 56.
Yeah, that is such a strong initial push down to 56, but it doesn't look like they're done yet. The blaster is just going to keep firing. and that AoE is going to keep landing. It's pretty hard to miss with an explosive, to be fair. Can't exactly blame them. What a last second oh my goodness.
Talk about jukes. You know, that is not a situation you want to be in as a 52, having to dodge shots from a blaster like that, but they were able to make it work. And that push is going to end, and Leader is going to have to try and reset there and see if they can get a push of their own going.
It's going to be very difficult, though. The weapons that oh, never mind. I'm talking too soon. 2 down on the side of White Ink Frames, and Leader is just going to take it home
exactly
and get
what
a counter
talking
push.
About. That flow aura going to get activated as the wipeout comes out, and Leader is going to start their push. You want to talk about a clams-like game? Well, this is not one. These pushes are happening fast, and it is great.
Again, both teams are at each other's throats. And it's no holds barred in terms of who could potentially win this. But the thing is, Clam Economy isn't looking good, and it's not looking like Leader is going to be able to take the lead. They are going to incur a penalty and be set back. They didn't jump the penalty, unfortunately. They didn't have the players to do so.
Clams, too. That's all it would have been. But, you know, this is what I love about Clams, and I feel like is especially great for a tournament like this, like Strongholds Academy, where Clams, unlike more than any other mode, demands coordination with economy and everything. And, yep, very nice.
To go down on the side of White Ink Frames, again, this is looking like a similar situation to Leader's first push, but the problem is they get refragged, and, it just sucks, because like White Ink Frames has like every weapon on White Ink Frames presents a unique problem for Leader because they don't have they have missiles, they have splashdown, they have wave breaker, all of which create space and force pushes back, along with a very good spacing tool in the form of ink strikes. But looking at it, Leader is going to make a strong push, trying to work through the defenses with a whale. It does work. They're going to be able to score. They miss again.
Ooh, not quite. And then that blaster is going to put a stop to that. But Sencat's coming in there just to sneak one in, and looks like they're still going to need maybe 3 more clams in order to make that push, but they don't have the players up. And that's the thing, man. If you, especially in clams, if you run in there, you can try and open that basket, but you need to have something to back it up. Agreed.
But luckily, it does mean that the penalty is smaller now. That is the good. That is an upside. The situation still hasn't fully destabilized, and they do have specials on the rip. They are letting specials fly just to get close to the basket, but they only get a pick out of it.
Yeah, possibly a little early on that, and then the Trizuka gonna get canceled there by the blaster. That is devious, and that is going to be 3 down on the side of Leader once again. So far, this game is just it's been just out of their reach so far, and White Ink Frames really wants this one.
Yeah, both teams though incredibly patient, incredibly crafty with how they handle the situations, making sure that they actually are able to stabilize and ensure that the situation doesn't get too far out of their control. Again, but unfortunately, you get crossfired. The blaster says, "I got you, homie," and missiles are going to come out from White Ink Frames to potentially seal this push and potentially secure the even deeper lead.
Yep.
It might just happen. No, the biggest clam carrier is gone. And it's just
I was going to say that might make things hard, but honestly, Leader responded really well to that push. Those tri-strikes really could have thrown them off their game, but they placed themselves just right, worked themselves around it, and got 3 down on the side of White Ink Frames.
Yeah, I agree. They gave White Ink Frames just enough space to make them feel safe, and then push back in once the problems have been dealt with.
There's only 7 seconds left on the timer. Something's going to have to happen right now. They're going to have to make this push happen. 2 down on the side of White Ink Frames. And that is going to go into the basket. Only 1 clam is needed, and that lead is going to flip to Leader. And again, this is what I'm talking about. These games rock.
What is this? It's 1 point off. This happened. Oh my goodness. They don't want to play overtime. They just said, nah, bro, end the game.
Just end it there, man. Yep. So far, as I understand it, with groups for this tournament, White Ink Frames has been 0-4 and Leader's been 2-2. So White Ink Frames right now, they really want that they really, I'm sure they want to be able to take at least 1 set, right? But like this match isn't like determining top cutter or anything like that. But Leader, on the other hand, as I've been informed, still has a chance of making that top cut because they are exactly 2-2 right now. So both teams want this for different reasons. Whiting Frames wants to be able to take a set, and Leader wants to be able to make that top cut.
Yeah, that's Hold on, to be specific, I'm gonna ask for specification. Whiting Frames. 1 second, I'm gonna ask for this. I'll ask for the info. Get some. Let me grab some info.
Okay. Well, while you're doing that, our next game here going to be going to Rainmaker on Humpback, which is always an interesting one, and I'm wondering how that's going to work for the comps they have so far. I feel like with specials like with your missiles, with your tri-strikes and stuff, can be very advantageous there. So with those corners and everything, the tri-strikes especially. So interested to see how that'll play out for Leaders especially.
Indeed. Because like we all know, like, at this point, like we had this map in the game. We had this map in 2 games, and it hasn't changed at all on Rainmaker. It's always the go right, push through the checkpoint, hammer through it. That's it. You never go left. You never walk left. You're either going right or you're going right. It's the illusion of choice, Nick.
Okay, so it looks like Leader actually can't make top cut here, but you know, I imagine it would still be nice to be able to get a majority of set wins here. So I'm wondering, are you thinking any comp changes for either of them here?
I'm willing to bet there will be some, but I'm not quite sure how they're going to change up their composition, because they definitely want some. They want some damage. They want damage for the Rainmaker Shield, but they need to keep it. They need to have enough speed to be able to work around it.
Yeah. I'm gonna keep it a buck with y'all. I'm no good with with comps, to be honest. But at least with predicting them. But that's, you know what, that makes it fun because I always get to be surprised.
It's always fun though. Yeah, again, this level of play is always full of surprises, and that's why I enjoy these matches so much.
And it looks like we're about to be going into that. I heard that chime. So, any last thoughts you want to get in before this one starts?
I'm not. No, I want to see this. I just want to see the game.
Let's rock and roll.
Oh boy, here we go again. It never stops for us, does it?
Nope.
Jet Squelch. What? I'm sorry. Jet Squelcher? V-Jet?
That's what I'm talking about.
You know what? Never mind.
Man.
It's Vac. Never mind. I'll shut up. It's Vac. Pardon me. Like,
you want to talk about? You want to talk about mobility there, then?
Yeah, true.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
it's. I mean, actually, no. I see the vision. I honestly see the vision with this team, and immediately the Dapples has made it something. Never mind. Oh no, you know what? No, I want you to finish the sentence. Like, it's over. The interaction's over. The Brella is. Yeah, cancel it. No, just veto that sentence. Oh no, the Dapple's about to meet a cruel fate. Yep, you jumped in.
Oh, man.
You jumped in
too
far.
They were really
forward.
going for it. Interesting move there. But it looks like that Dapples is going to go down on the side of Wedding Frames, and we're going to see Leader trying to secure this zone here. That Brella going to be pushed into an uncomfortable
getting
position.
bullied, but it's not over.
Although, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, the blaster catches out both the carrier and 2 of its escorts, and now Whiting Frames. I don't believe it's Whiting Frames. No, it's Leader who's in the situation of attempting to get it out of the situation.
Now we got it. Two specials on the side of Whiting Frames there, but that Dapples is going to go down, and it looks like
the Vac! Oh no! The flank! The Vac popped to stop it. The flank stopped it. Oh my goodness!
Quite possibly 1 frame too late to stop that check being grabbed by Leader.
Yeah, the Vac popped to try and stop the flanker. And unfortunately, the flanker still gets to pick up the Rainmaker and put it on the pedestal. Strikes coming out from Lider to attempt to create some space, but unfortunately they go down pretty quickly after popping. Sprinkler comes out to assist with damage, and you can't stop it. Once the Sprinkler's on the Rainmaker, there's no getting rid of it.
Indeed, and the cavalry is ready to come out from Whiting Frames. But as I say that, 3 down, Leader does not want to lose this game. They want to take this set.
Yep, Lido wants this set, and Whiting Frames wants Lido wants this set, and Whiting Frames wants to get on the board at least. It's going to be very difficult to do so because it looks like they may be snowballing, but the C-Jet is there, taking an angle, making sure the Rainmaker doesn't get too far too quickly. Vac's going to be able to come out, and they need to use it well.
Down at 25.
But at least Lido comes out 2, takes out 2!
There we
Three
go.
go down!
Normally I would say you might not want to pull out Reap on this map, but managed to make it work in that situation. And Whiting Frames is going to be, that's going to be Leader's going to be wiped out there, and we're going to see if Whiting Frames can reset.
It's gonna be a very difficult situation though, because again they do have a Carbon. Oh my goodness, no, the Carbon stays alive, but so does the Blaster. Oh my goodness, mutual trade.
And it looks
The
like
Brella is left alone to try and brawl, but they're running out of ammo. Oh my goodness.
Just barely able to make it out of that situation and be able to be backed up by the Sculpture though.
Yeah, the health bars not doing any favors for the Brella there. The strikes are ready for Brella, and Vac is ready for Jet. Let's see who's there. Oh my goodness.
Okay.
The Carbon just got...
Yeah, we got the Gal, those whales gonna come out from the Gal there, and that triple in strike gonna get popped maybe a little bit early because the Whiting Frame's not really going to be able to take advantage of that, and then another triple ink strike's gonna come out from the side of Leader, and they are going to take back mid once again. Whiting Frames has just not been able to secure a really solid team fight and push here so far for this game.
Yeah, it's been tragic. Oh my goodness. Walking into the AoEs, unfortunately. They thought it was their team that was getting the frags, but unfortunately the Rainmaker decided to just end that push there. Oh my goodness. Dapples takes out the 52, and now they're again... Oh no! One frame off! One frame off, and that could have been huge.
Just barely caught off guard by the roller there, and once again, Whiting Frames is going to have their push shut down here. They really do not seem to be able to find their way around this game. Leader really just has their number here.
Yeah, they do. And unfortunately, every time this Dapple tries to make a play, the Carbon is there, just waiting.
Yeah, exactly. With a map like Humpback and all these corners and stuff, Carbon is going to love that. And so that is really going to work out well for Leader. But, as I say that, that's going to be 3 down on the side of Leader, and once again, there might be a chance for Whiting Frames to do something here. They got that flow aura going. Maybe they're feeling something, but as I say that, commentator's curse, of course.
Yeah, Lido is just going to maintain its position because, again, 52, such an independent weapon, doesn't need much help, can easily get kills, can easily maintain space. Oh my goodness! Bash over the head with a brawler. That is a worse way to go. And Splatter just kills everyone. Carbon moment.
Splatter says, "I am not having this. I'm ready to close out this set. Enough of these games. We are going. You know what? There's only 15 seconds left, but we're gonna take it. We're gonna take it up to the pedestal anyway."
You never know. This may just backfire. Whiting Frames again. Wait, what?
Okay. Interesting to see.
You can't pick up the Rainmaker! You can't pick up the Rainmaker! Oh my goodness.
There we go. Okay. I'm not gonna lie, I've never been in that situation where using a vac and not being able to pick up the Rainmaker because of that, so I didn't even know
Whale
what was
popped
going
all
on there.
three. Oh no! All three on the carrier, and it just gets pushed into the heavy. That's so unfortunate.
You know what? For that set overall, Whiting Frame's definitely putting out a good effort, but I feel like by the end there, Leader really had it figured out, and also kind of just an advantageous map mode combo for them. I feel like.
Yeah, it was definitely difficult, especially seeing as they didn't have much to search for the Carbon. They only really had one thing, so it's tragic.
Carbon, flanky, sharky weapons really get to shine on Humpback for sure. And go to break. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, I think we're gonna go on a quick break here, and be right back. But then we'll be going to Top Cut right after that. Exciting.
Indeed. See you then.
All right. See y'all in a bit. Welcome back to our Academy Showcase for Season 6 here. We are going into Top Cut in semis here with Six Censored versus Grizz Riz. And I'm seeing some of these team names for the first time. I love Six Censored. That's great.
Fantastic naming convention.
All right, so so we're now in top cut here, and sophomore and junior brackets are going on their own. So this is going to be going. The winner of this is going to be going straight to grand finals here in order for a chance to crown valedictorian. So very exciting. Let's get into it.
I should probably also clarify the rules have changed. It is no longer play all three. It is best of 5
Right.
single elimination. If you lose a set, you're out. There's no second chances here. Both
Right,
the teams
right.
the teams who have gotten here and fought hard for it. But now it's time to test your mettle in a match in a game of attrition.
All right, so I know Grizz Riz had a set on stream not too long ago. Remind me, how did that one go again? Okay, yeah, earlier lost to Lighter, and then there was another one. Right, Clean Freaks. That's right.
Clean
Yeah.
Freaks, yeah.
Went up against Clean Freaks, took that 2-1. Okay. So, yeah, I'll need to catch up on comps for them a little bit here, but feel free to give any thoughts on this one while I'm doing that.
I mean, when it comes to Grizzlies, we've seen how they play before, and they are a very well coordinated team. I haven't seen Six Center play just yet, and I'm quite curious to see how they will, because they do have 5 members and a wide variety of players, but I'm seeing 3 of their players have dualies in their pocket in terms of weapon pool. That's going to be quite interesting.
And I'm not seeing a whole lot of backline either.
I mean, I do see a Hydra in their weapon pool, but I'm not sure whether they're going to pull that out.
Yeah,
I'm
Hydra.
willing to bet they go North.
Yeah, that's gonna be one Hydra out of 5 weapons. So it sounds like it's not that frequent. If I remember correctly, they run an evil rushdown comp. Okay. Yeah. So, all right, we're doing rushdown here then. More than likely.
Speed rush B suka bliet.
I'm gonna act like I know what that means.
It's an old Counter-Strike meme.
Awesome. Okay. So yeah, it looks like for Grizz Riz anyway, they run it a little bit more conventional. We get that rushdown from Six Censored. What map modes do you think that might be advantageous for them on, if any?
I mean, when it comes to for Six Censored, if they're going full rushdown, they're definitely going to need maps that have a lot of cover, but also give them plenty of opportunities to get around. Of course, if they if they can manage to force their way through the front door, then I wouldn't be too adverse from it. But like, given we're on Hagglefish zones for the first one, they are going to need to be very careful on how they push through if they're going with a rushdown comp, because if they do try and rush through the door, there may just be a bear trap right.
Yeah. I was about to say, Hagglefish, you want to talk about places to hide, you're going to be kind of looking around for that a little bit. I mean, yeah, there's the flanks and whatnot, but it's basically hallway the map. You're looking at one straight shot down. You can see the end of the horizon with Hagglefish. So, yeah, that's going to be a tough one for them. I'm wondering if maybe they can make the choice to pull out the Hydra there. I feel like, I don't know if Hydra's, how well that'll work on there, but obviously doesn't usually get picked or see as much play. But again, like we were talking about earlier, with these lower level tournaments and stuff, you get to see a lot of unconventional picks. So
indeed, I mean, especially for this tournament, we haven't seen a lot of Hydra plays in this showcase. So I think we're a little bit accustomed to seeing it at this point, especially for this tournament. But again, it's always a nice, pleasant surprise to see somebody pull out something new or a little rare. I think the best way to say it is exotic.
Exotic. Yeah, I can agree with that.
I mean, these teams definitely have a very fairly bog standard set ahead of them. But first things first, we're going to Hagglefish zones, one of the more fundamental ones when it comes to competitive.
Indeed. I feel like when I look at Hagglefish zones, I think of the early days of Splatoon 3. I don't know why. Maybe it's just because it was one of the launch maps, but anyway, we're going to be getting into this. And is that a reflux that I see there?
Yes, indeed. That's a cream reflux. That's interesting.
I don't recall. Okay, no, that was yeah, they do have that in their pool. All right, so we're gonna be getting into this here. We're gonna have the reflex. We're gonna have that Splash Shot Pro as well.
Yeah, 52 going on the flank, working like being independent as usual for that weapon. And we do have Reflux going up with an early Booyah Bomb to try and create an opening for their team. Yeah, that's it. That's the go sign. That's the go sign. Everybody goes in.
Yep.
Nobody, like 6 men enter. Who knows how many leave?
Yeah, people weren't kidding about that rush down comp. They were ready to get right into it here.
Yeah, that. Oh my goodness, and a blazing trade. Yeah,
honestly,
you saw this. Yeah, you saw the second that Booyah Bomb landed, everybody was on the go. Like it was just a switch flip.
The Booyah Bomb is like it's like the commander sicking its dogs on Grizzriz there. But that's gonna be 3 down on the sides of 6 sensor. We're gonna see if, yeah, it is. And then that zone is gonna flip over to Grizzriz, and we're going to see if they can get themselves a foothold here. 2 down on
It looks like the Reflex is trying to preserve their Booyah Bomb to make sure that they actually do have a way in. Both missiles and Booyah are ready here. So I'm not sure how they're going to pop them. They need to be careful though, because again, Grizzriz is very aggressive, making a very forward hold. But then again, they have the range advantage, so they can afford to do so. The missiles get stuffed, and the only thing they have left is a Reslider and a Booyah for this push. But they need to move quickly. They have 20 seconds of the clock.
Yep, and for when you're talking about a map like Hagglefish Zones, right? That the fact that Grizzriz has that range and everything over 6 censored so much really makes that lockdown really offensive. But that Reef Slider...
Oh, the counter Reef Slider!
Counter by another one. The Reef Slider says, hey, I can do that too, and flips that zone right back to Grizzriz.
Such fantastic patience and discipline on the use of that Reslider, just waiting for the right time, and that's how you stop a push. It was good. And like both teams did well there on defense and offense. They definitely attempted to coordinate to push people away from zone with missiles and then take it with Reef. But Grizzriz definitely had a read on them on that one.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that one kind of played out the way we were talking about before it started. You know, with that Hagglefish Zones, it's just going to be favoring the range the Grizzriz had on their side there, and they were able to get that lockdown, and that was when they got most of their points ticked off the board there. And you saw 6 Sensor try and make that last-ditch effort to stop things, but then Grizzriz just had the time to build up their specials and counter that right back at the end. So they weren't that last-ditch effort wasn't quite able to make something happen. But what we're going to be seeing now is going to be Inkblot Tower Control. And do you think this one could favor 6 Censored a little bit more?
I definitely think so. The range advantage isn't going to be as important here because, again, there's plenty of cover all across the map and plenty of things to, not only hide behind, but to maneuver around when you're trying to push. And I think the missiles and Booyah Bomb are going to be really helpful for clearing tower, forcing people to move. Because yeah, especially when it reaches a checkpoint, firing the missiles at them is just going to be like, hey, you're standing still, you better move.
No, exactly. This is definitely all those corners, all that cover and stuff. They're all those flanks. This is a Splatoon 2 map through and through, and I think six Censored is hopefully going to have a better time with this one.
Yeah. I think one of the most interesting ones is going to be Clan Blitz because because so far we've seen that Grizzriz is a very stable team. They're not volatile. Like if they can get the ball rolling, there's very little that can stop them. But and it's very easy for them to start rolling to begin with. But when it comes to 6 Censored, this kind of play is very difficult to get going because if you get the opening right, you can absolutely steamroll someone. But if you don't time your push well, it falls apart very quickly. And for Clams, that's going to be interesting. Yeah. Because they're going to have a lot of fighting power, but how much staying power are they going to have? Because they need to be able to maintain control of mid long enough to build a strong clam economy to get a good push. Otherwise, they're just going to be forced to constantly score and run the risk of a counter push.
Yep, and that's tough on Umami especially because you really have that wide open mid there, which again is going to favor Grizzriz's comps that they have. So that is going to be an interesting test if 6 Censored can make use of the angles and cover that they do have there in order to make something happen. But it sounds like we're going to game 2 here with tower control on Inkblot Art Academy. And let's see if any adjustments have been made here.
I'm definitely curious to see Naught. There it is.
Okay.
There's the Naught we were. That's the Naught I was
kind of
kinda
makes sense
expecting.
though. It seems like they're taking that opportunity, that chance to say, okay, we have more of a chance to go with that rush down that we love, so that Nod is going to come out in order to take advantage of that.
Hot take. I'm gonna be real. I think this Naught kit is actually a little more synergistic than the one with Triple Splashdown because of Inkstorm. Being able to heal while firing outside of the ink is kind of insane. I mean, especially when you're at choke and you're trying to avoid getting chipped down. Very forward hold from the 52, making sure that their team has enough space. But the Dapples is trying to get a hold. Yeah, Dapples does get through, stops the push, and one player is left on 6 censored.
That's gonna be 3 down. We're gonna have to see if Alexis here can back up a little bit. Yeah, let those jumps come in and see if they can keep Grizz from getting too much of a hold here, because like we saw last game, that's really what kind of does it in for them. But that first push really was strong. Not quite able to make it through that checkpoint, but they really came out swinging there.
Yep. Dynamo goes down with cooler effect though, so they're not gone for long. The Blaster is going to manage to weave their way around some bullets and get another pick off. But it's going to be difficult for 6-7 might want to curb their jets a bit, because again, the Dynamo's back, your AoE is gone, but they're quickly dispatched once again.
Maybe got a little bit greedy there, kind of giving yourself away to that Dynamo there. But it looks like that Killer Whale is going to come out defensively and push 6 Censored back a little bit. We're going to see a little bit of a flank from the 52 here. Not quite able to make something happen because there's a little bit too many people ready up on the plat there, and that skirmish is just continuing.
Oh, good flank from the Dapples to immediately pick up on the distraction from the Booyah Bomb. That Dynamo was completely blinded, and now they're in a very good position to continue testing. No! Their Reef does not come out, but again, they're buying time for their team to make the objective advance, and that's such a good thing. But here we go, the Naught is last alive in a very good situation. Wait, no, 52's here too. When did you get here?
Yeah, and I want to shout out to also though, Dapple's doing a great job of keeping Grizz distracted while 6 Censored pushes through that checkpoint, and that is definitely going to help them more later in the game if they can maintain things.
Yeah. They are definitely not like funneling. They're not doing the same. They have a lot more room to maneuver. They're not forced to funnel all 4 members down to the same choke point to actually push the objective forward. What a fantastic drop from the Dynamo! But unfortunately, their feet are painted. They can go no further, and the Booyah Bomb will catch up to them.
Those points are looking to be at 34 right now, and that push is still going. 6 Censored is really. You can tell they really feel way more in their element right now.
Yeah, indeed. The environment around them is perfect for their type of strategy. Zoned out by so many torpedoes. Oh my goodness.
That's a knockout. Man.
You saw that player was I couldn't identify which weapon it was because behind the wall, but that player was like, I can push now, gets a torpedo rolled in front of them, never mind, I'm backing up, and then immediately afterwards there's another torpedo in the air waiting for them, and it's just like, no, you don't get to even approach objective.
I love that combo of poses with the fist bump animation. Is not even like just looking in completely opposite directions and making contact with the fist bump there. That takes coordination. All right, so that is going to be game 2, going to 6 Censored here, just like we were talking about. And so now we're going to be going on to Clams on Umami, and what we were talking about before with Umami being, I feel like it's a little bit of a middle ground in openness between Haggle and Inkblot. Like there is cover to be found on Umami, and there are angles to be taken, but it's definitely going to be more open and have less sort of places that you can angles that you can take than a place like Inkblot. So I'm wondering how that'll shake out now, especially given that 6 Censored and Grizz have kind of had a chance to get the lay of how each other are playing.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, there was some good adaptation. Picking Naught, especially for tower, where people often need to stand in one place for a prolonged period of time and can get chipped out very easily. Fantastic adaptation, and definitely point sensor definitely came in handy a couple of times there though to direct their flankers and their frontliners to tell them, hey, this guy's over here, you can move this way, insert thing here. Like,
Mhm.
Nort can help fit in with a lot of things. I still
Mhm.
think it's such an incredibly underrated weapon.
So do you think they keep it here, or do you
I
think
mean,
they
I wouldn't
might?
be surprised. I would not be
Yeah.
surprised. They do need to stand, like, especially when it comes to Clan Blitz, you need to spend a fair amount of time out of the ink to continue to score. So having Rain, yeah.
Interesting. Looks like Grizzriz is actually going to be making a sub, taking Funky out in place of Akio. I'm not. Let's see. Let me look at the. Akio is going to be playing. Their pool looks to be Gal, Octoshot, and Decaf. So I'm wondering what their idea is here with this.
I think they're just going for a more brawly time. Brawly team maybe a little more independent because like their team comp there was a little dependent on their frontliners staying alive, and the second they got flanked, kind of fell apart for them.
Yeah, I can see, especially for clams. I can see the mindset there for sure. But they're going to have to probably make a little bit of an adjustment here because clams really demands a little bit more of that skirmishiness than something like Tower and Zones. There's something I heard the other day. I think it was on the NA official stream of Zones and Tower being I forget what the exact wording they used for it was, but they're set pace modes. Like things happen, the points go down at a pretty much set pace, you know? And it's very much like I don't want to call it formulaic, but it feels like the rhythms of both of those are a lot easier to get a handle on compared to something like Clams or Rainmaker, where it's a lot more volatile, you know?
I do agree. Yeah, there's nothing I can add to that. The volatility of this mode makes it interesting because you can have a game last for 7 minutes in a dead stalemate, or you can have it over in less than a minute. Wait a second.
Wait a second. Something
3v3.
isn't right
No,
here.
play it out. 3v3. New competitive format.
This falls under DC rules, right?
Yep. Run it back. Hold on, wait. We have to take back we have to rewind the clock. We have to take back the entire conversation.
Oh yeah. Wait, well, I was so distracted by the fact that we were missing people on both. That I didn't.
To the person editing the highlights of this VOD, insert rewind of sound effect here, please. Thank you. Just kidding.
You wanna do what? Okay, so I don't really have too much to add right now. We're just waiting on that. And remind me, I'm not too familiar. So if in the case of that, do they have to run with the weapons that they already had picked?
Yeah. Sure.
Yes. Okay.
Indeed, yes, they do. Rerun rules dictate that if a rerun is to occur, neither team can make a change to their composition. They have to of course, we don't know which weapons the players who were disconnected had chosen. But again, if any of the players that were in that match do choose to change their weapons, that can be a rule violation.
Okay, gotcha. So yeah, I didn't quite catch what they were on each team, but that's fine. We're gonna get another chance to look at it.
One team had Stringer, Dynamo, Dapples. The other one had Frozen Pro, and that's the only one I remember off the top of my head.
Gotcha. Dynamo. Gotcha. So they're gonna be rejoining here. I don't know what. So the other groups right now in here, it looks like the other set is Sea Minesweepers versus 15 over, and currently that's 2-0 on the side of 15 over. So we're gonna see if that continues as it's looking right now. But we got a little post here. Okay, so yeah, Frozen Pro, Gal, Dapples, and then Dapples on the other side, Stringer and Dynamo. Interesting.
It's certainly interesting to see them bring two relatively slow weapons to Clamlet. And then again, Dynamo plays like a psychopath anyway. I've always said this. Dynamo, if anybody's familiar here is familiar with Monster Hunter, Dynamo is the great sword of Splatoon. They are always going to swing, no matter what, and most of the time, it's gonna work.
That's a great analogy because I haven't played too much Monster Hunter, but I do know how long it takes for attacks from a weapon like that to come out in that game. So yeah, Dynamo, good comparison to that.
Presses button, waits 4 business years.
Yeah, pretty much.
Anyways, right, let the set continue.
Let's go. All right, so that's going to be Reflex once again for Six Censored, and it looks like they are indeed trying to keep that mobility there, but with a little bit of range with the Reflex.
Certainly. Well. Okay. There may be a little bit of a connection issue. Because I literally just witnessed a torpedo explode, like fully explode with its minelets, and did not paint the ground. A little concerning.
Gotcha.
Anyways,
well, hopefully it can hang on for the rest of this game. Not too many advantages being taken right now. Really, just skirmishes happening in mid. There's going to be a trade that happens 2 down on the sides of both teams, and specials also ready on both teams. So really, it's feeling. You know what this is feeling like? It's feeling like a Clams game.
But one of the biggest problems I think Six Centered is going to encounter during this match is that Grizzriz has cooler. They can afford to match their aggression and not suffer the consequences if they lose their 1v1s.
Very good point.
Like,
Yeah, and that's gonna be 2 trades in a row happening on both teams here.
These teams are butting heads, and it's not, and it's literally when immovable force meets when an immovable object meets an unstoppable force.
Or
in this case, 2 immovable objects.
Possibly 2 very mobile. Yeah, 2 very mobile objects. But it looks like Six Censored is building up their Clam Economy here. They got Grizzriz a little bit on the back foot. They do have the whale ready for defense, but that first power clam is going to go in. However, that's going to be some good defense coming up from Doodly Time, which is a great name to be saying like that. Time. And 3 down going to go down for Six Censored. That first push going to come in, but not too much going to come of that.
Yeah. On the upside, Six Centered has scored enough to make it so that they need more than a big clam. Oh no! Devastation! What a well-placed reef slider. That buff we got a while back, where it inks its predicted path. Oh my goodness, that is such a good thing. That's so strong for catching weapons that can't immediately paint their feet.
And you know what?
That's a very aggressive one, but it does result in a kill, and the Dapples can just score these for free. There's nobody that can stop them.
just all right. So Dapples finally gets shut down there, but they really were just all over the place, getting in a lot of clams there, and that is going to be a more solid push. Just more points slowly being ticked down for Six Censored, and they already have that reflex special ready, also a special ready from the Tri-Stringer over there. That whale's going to come out, but 2 down still on the side of Grizzriz, and Six Censored is already pushing up into their side again.
Yeah. Here's like, again, both of these teams have unique problems that they pose to the other. One is, Six Censored is like every single one of their weapons can move confidently without being impeded by paint much. Whereas Grizzriz, again, like just has the ability to just outrange them. They just need to play their hand carefully. And unfortunately, it seems that Six Centered is playing the matchup a little better at the moment. Keeping themselves in the fight, but unfortunately just falling a little short to finish out the game. Wait! Oh wait, no, I thought that was a jump. I thought that ball was jumping. That might have been also. That could have been it.
All right, so there's 1 minute and 45 seconds left in this game, and Grizzriz has yet to get any points on the board. This isn't going to be the set determiner, but it is going to determine whether or not Six Censored will only need 1 more game to win, and you know the mental aspect that can have an effect with. And that special combo going to come in and let them get yet another basket in, and the points are only at 7-4 now, and that is looking like they're going to get a jump.
Wait, is he jumping? Yeah, no, the ball is jumping, and it's in. Yep. Yeah, well done. Wow. Oh my goodness.
Talk about a good game from Six Censored.
Dynamon didn't get to exist. Dynamon just did not get to exist that entire match. The second they show up to swing, a torpedo is immediately locked onto them, and 2 other people are looking at them. Yeah. It's literally back to the respawn with you. You're getting bullied.
Six Censored is just too their weapons are just too fast for it. Right?
Yeah, it outpaces them. Like Grizzlies is getting outpaced here, unfortunately. Especially in Clamblitz, getting outpaced is not a good thing.
Now, if you want to talk about pace, we're now going to Rainmaker, where pace is what it's all about here. So I'm wondering if this one could also be sort of favorable for Six Censored. It's Scorch Rainmaker. You do have that wide open mid, but I feel like the speed of Censored weapons could really continue working to their advantage here.
I mean, looking at the every single weapon on both teams as a whole, I have to say that like I think Sixth Sense has the edge in terms of shield DPS. Shield DPS specifically, because they do have a Splatana. Sixth Sense does have a Splatana on their side. That does have better object damage than anything on Grizz.
Yeah.
But Dapples on both teams, and again, two players having access to Dapples, or having Dapples in their pocket, can make it very interesting to have just double Dapples, one V Dapple and one Dapple Nouveau, and just have two breakneck speed players with a load of shield DPS, just bomb rush the shield and just shred it.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Yeah.
And then beacons as well.
Oh yeah, beacons, absolutely. Beacons on Rainmaker is insanely strong.
Yeah, for sure. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that come out there. You know, one thing as well that I don't believe we've seen is the is any cooler coming out from. So that's is cooler coming out from the side of Sixth Sense because Enkai there is also sometimes hops on that end zap, but it really hasn't seemed necessary for them so far. And it can be very advantageous for Rainmaker when you get that speed, you know. But I'm not so sure that it's a base that they're in dire need of covering right now. And also they're in a position where they're not on their back foot with this set, and they can afford to lose a game if they absolutely have to.
Indeed. Also, Grizzriz will be subbing out a player. Aiko is out and Funky is in.
All right, right back in.
When it comes to cooler on Rainmaker, it's kind of subjective, because do you have a weapon that wants run speed? The best example being Splatoon. If you have a weapon that has run speed, that wants run speed, you can absolutely just have them pick it up when need be. Or if you have a weapon that uses a lot of swim speed, i.e. maybe a stealth squid, like a ninja squid or a shooter, like something that doesn't that can just pick up swim speed without much consequence to its performance, you can always run that. But I do agree, Cooler can definitely make the Rainmaker carrier's life a lot easier when it comes to moving, because oh my goodness, at times I have had like builds on with very little swim speed, and I just love going from average standard swim speed to somebody put glue on my speed. Somebody put like high grade military glue on my shoes. What the heck? I can't move.
Yeah, for sure. Now, on the other hand, though, I feel like much higher chance of they have not been pulling out the pencil Grizzriz so far. So I'm wondering if that might be a choice that they make here, because so far that kind of the speed at which Sixth Sense has been able to move at has been a bit of a challenge for Grizzriz, and I wonder if a cooler from Pencil there could be helpful for this, but we're about to see.
Yeah, we'll have to see how they choose to adapt. Sixth Sense going with no changes?
There's the not
no changes. They bring out a blaster. Grizzriz brings out a blaster, and that actually might help them a lot with AoE.
Yeah, for sure. All right, we're gonna be getting right into this game. That blaster gonna come out, and we're still seeing that Dynamo from Dynamon, who only plays Dynamo, but
one trick rise up. Oh no, the blaster goes down immediately, and Grizzriz are immediately put on the back foot. The Dynamo goes down as well, and now, but again, the Sixth Sense is in a prime position to take first check.
Goodness.
And it's gonna be rather unfortunately can't contest it much. And now, oh my goodness, they're taking 4 positions. And specials are coming out. No, the reslider gets cancelled, and a whale comes out from the Tri-Stringer. But hold on, Enkai's gotten around. 52 got in your base. Uh-oh, that's not good.
That is not what you want to be seeing right now. And already a flow aura coming out, and already
oh my goodness,
32 for 6 censored right now. Now that reef slider going to come out for Chris, but 2 down, but they're still going to make it to 13. Man, we're not even 1 minute into the game right now, Snug.
Yeah, I can't believe it. This is absolute insanity. I mean, to be fair, Rainmaker moment at times, but
yeah.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, no, this team just does not want to stop. I think it's the best example of this kind of team that has such a rushdown mentality. The second you have the opportunity, you put the pedal to the metal and you do everything in your power to make sure the gas stays on.
Yes, now. So Grizzriz is now in control of the Rainmaker, and they are getting a chance to reset here. Nobody's down on the side of Sixth Sense yet. That Booyah Bomb's going to come out, displace people a little bit, but not quite able to make too much happen. That Rainmaker playing very far up here and right up against the Dapple. Only 6 seconds left, but
what movement!
Whoa, that looks like a little bit of a connection bug there, but barely able to make it through that checkpoint. And Grizzlies isn't quite out of this yet. They already got those points down to 40. 2 down on their side though.
Yeah, the best they can do at this point is either trying to salvage it. Oh no, a jump, but it's the dapple they might. No!
Oh man, that would have been awesome if they managed to pull that off, but not quite able to make it far enough for that.
I said it earlier. Every living being in this universe has a one-sided beat of gravity, and they just found out.
All right, so 3 down on the side of Grizzlies. They managed to get the points up to 41 and through that first checkpoint, but again, they're going to have to make such a big push in order to be able to take this game. And when it comes to Rainmaker, especially, I feel like on Scorch, if the other team manages to get so far in there, manage to get so many points, the mental game can be so difficult of getting past that. Oh man, we have to make it so far now.
Yeah, indeed. But the thing is, again, the ramp is there. Like, it is achievable. They're gonna drop it off? I guess not. But
No,
at
or
the
not.
same time, I can't blame them for trying to stand their ground with explosives like this, given the enemy's comp. But unfortunately for you, it's not gonna work because they're right here and they're dodging all your shots.
There's 3
So
down
now-
for Grizzlies again.
It's gonna be really difficult for them. But a whale comes out because of cooldown. The whale comes out really quickly to make sure that things don't go too awry. But wait, the
my
Booyah Bomb didn't
goodness.
cover. Oh,
Just so well played by Six Censored, though. And
Indeed.
that's going to be the set going to them. And Six Censored will be going on to finals in order to face 15 over. Close out their set.
Indeed. That was a very
So-
strong showing, though, to be fair.
Yeah, for sure. And I feel like that first game, it just wasn't. The first game favored Grizzlies, right? And it showed pretty decisively. You know, like it really wasn't. Six Censored really wasn't able to do too much in that first game there. But then it really just pretty much flipped for everything after that because Six Censored really just kept finding map modes and stuff that they were able to take advantage of, and Grizzlies just wasn't able to get a foothold after that. It's really interesting.
Yeah, they were able to set the pace of the match and play to their own tempo. And unfortunately, Grizzlies were forced to be taken along for the ride, which just happens. Especially again, like if you've got something like a team that's able to outpace the Dynamo and just overwhelm it before it can get started, that can absolutely just like shut them down.
Yeah.
And it sucks to be on the receiving end of. Do not get me wrong. Feeling like you can't do anything, it just sucks.
Yeah, absolutely. But all that being said, very great effort on the side of Grizzlies there, and great work getting to semis there for them. But it sounds like we're going to be going straight into our game of Six Censored versus 15 Over, our 2 number teams here. So what are we thinking? I need to catch up on 15 Over a little bit, but what are you thinking for this one?
I think it's going to be an interesting game. Given that Six Censored is, Six Censored is definitely going to be interesting to see how, because 15 Over has also been relatively aggressive. According to the voice in my head, I have been told that Six Censored actually won against 15 Over in pools, so maybe 15 Over has a bit of a grudge they wish to settle. We'll have to
Although
see.
able to take 1 game off, so 15 Over was expected. Okay, yeah. So, yeah, looks like we got another close set here, which is exciting. I love it, man, because like don't get me wrong, I love watching NA League, all the majors and LANs and all that stuff, but you get way more Rios and 5-0s or 4-1 and all that in tournaments like that. It feels so much more like you don't know what's going to happen here, and it's really refreshing.
Indeed, I agree with that, yeah. Not to say that it's not fun to watch top level. Top level
Absolutely.
definitely has its own appeal. You get to see players who have mastered their craft, mastered their weapons, and mastered fundamentals form at the highest level against each other, and it can be an absolute spectacle.
Absolutely. If you've ever, I don't know how many people here been to LANs and stuff, but watching Grens at a LAN, there's nothing like it.
Agreed.
Anybody watching who's part of Stronghold, newer to the scene and stuff, look go on that land map on the website and check out if there's anything in your area, because it's unreal. It's something else, and it's great. It's a great showcase of the community here. I recently was at H-Town Splashdown in Houston, Texas. My first time commentating again in a long time, and it made me really inspired to get back into things here. Now I'm here, so goes to show.
And I think one thing is, like, when it comes to commentating, it's an absolute pleasure to do it, because you get to see players, like, bring out their best and, like, you know, just compete. Not because they just love the game. Most players aren't doing it for the reward; they're just doing it to compete and improve.
Absolutely, dude. I mean, like, this is Splatoon. Like, what reward are you gonna get? Like $250 cash prize, something like that.
Yeah,
you know,
$250 for a cash prize tournament at Worlds.
Yeah. Or copy of Arms, something like that.
That was
a long time ago. But you know, I think that's what's so great about it. That's part of why I love this scene so much, is that everybody is literally just doing it because they love it. And even when you don't have like big rewards or anything, the community is still bringing in new people, like we see here for Stronghold, just because it's inspiring to see others play because they love it, commentate because they love it, run tournaments because they love it, and it makes you want to participate in it too. It's that energy, it spreads, you know, and it's a very valuable thing to have.
I completely agree. Yeah, like, it's just something that you can't match just going or just playing on your own.
Yeah.
But like, being a bit schmucky, being a bit what would it be? Cheesy. I think the best way to say it is a bit cheesy. You know, being a bit cheesy aside, we do have the set ready for you, and we have an interesting map mode for this, because it's Robo Ramen Zone. Very open in mid, and given that 15 over does have an E-liter player, this might get very interesting and a bit dicey for Six Censored.
Yeah. Zones we saw before, especially on an open map like Hagglefish, definitely was a struggle for Six Censored. So interested to see how this one plays out, but we don't have to wait long for that, as we're getting right into it here with Zones on Robo Ramen. Six Censored going to be coming in here with the Reflux once again. Not too many changes on their side, no, not though. Although we are going to be seeing the E-liter as well as the as the Slosher there. Not
I'm
actually
certainly I'm certainly interested to see how they work around the Dreadringer. Oh, Tample's going in for an immediate flank, but is immediately met by this Platana Stamper. Isn't able to get the pick, but somebody else might be able to pick them up. It's hard to tell. Dreadringer went down. 15 over isn't exactly in a good position here. No, you don't win that head-to-head. And they're on the back foot here.
Six Censored in control of the zone right now. They got two specials ready and two down on the side of 15 over. This is Six Censored's chance to kind of get a hold here, which could really be important if they want to grab those angles before 15 over can get a little further in to get angles that are more advantageous for their backline heavy comp. 15 over going to be putting out that Booyah Bomb, but not able to quite do too much with that. Although one down on the side of Six Censored, but they're still putting that pressure on there, and that timer is already down to 40 seconds snug.
Yep, down to 40, meaning 20 seconds for them in actual, because the tank's down at 2 per second.
Right.
It's not a good situation for 15 over, but the thing is, they have a numbers advantage, and they do flip the zone, and now their main players can actually maintain it. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness, did you see that from the Skycam? They actually, like, the Frozen Pro made it, got away, but they get flicked up, but oh my goodness, never mind. They do get the jump. Sorry, I'm trying to be too complicated with what I'm saying. Anyway, 15 over are holding their advantage state, trying to desperately catch up with the lead that Six Censored have established. And missiles are coming out, making it a bit dicey when it comes to team fights. But they do only lose one player. 2 more specials are available for Six Censored. One comes out, it's the Booyah Bomb, and the next one is going to be the Reef Slider. Oh, a devastating combo!
Very nice special combo there on the side of Six Censored, and two going to go down on 15 over. They weren't quite able to get that lead. Only to only 5 ticks away from that, and now they have a fairly hefty penalty of 51. But what we've seen so far in this game is that these teams have been it's really been flipping back and forth, and it looks like that Reef Slider's already going to come in and try and flip that zone. Not quite able to make it happen, and 2 down, go down for 15 over. 6 Censored is doing a fairly good job of keeping this zone lockdown snug.
Yeah, indeed. They are handling this. They are positioning themselves very well, and they are reacting accordingly to what the threat proposed to them. A Booyah Bomb's gonna come in behind them, but the thing is, it's just gonna get painted over. It's a reflux. Two go down though. They do have time. There is time for this to turn around.
You know, not quite able to get a pick with that Trizuka, but it does displace a little bit and allow for the zone to get flipped.
Indeed. Well does come out from the 52, and this might get dicey. A lot of chip damage is going to come 50 Nova's way, but they maneuver around the hitboxes, and they do land 2 more picks. Again, establishing an advantage state, and the Booyah Bomb comes in to slow them down. But they need to watch the right, because last time they tried to hold here, they got flanked.
Yep, and then those missiles are going to come out, and that Booyah Bomb as well as a Reef Slider, and going to be able to get 2 picks off there, which is incredibly advantageous right now when they are just barely out of that penalty. And 2 down on the side of 6 Censored, so it looks like that zone is going to be able to be maintained by 15 over, and now those ticks are coming down. 3 down on the side of 6 Censored. I don't think they're going to be able to get that zone back in order to stop them from getting lead.
Absolutely not, but the thing is, the game is not over yet. They have 5 seconds left, but I don't think it's going to be enough. The Booyah isn't going to be enough to paint it on its own. 6 Censored might just lose this round. It doesn't paint, and the reflux isn't there to do it. Oh,
but you saw that, you saw the zone flash right at the very end there. It almost got stopped, it looked like, but just not quite able to get there in time. And honestly, great adjustment from 15 over.
Indeed, yeah. This was definitely a very favorable map mode combination for them. Open ground, plenty of places for the Elite to stand, plenty of places for all the weapons they have to stand and you know, avoid taking damage, while also being ready for how they would play. Because oh dude, it really does suck when you get outranged, but they did play that well. They played their range and they played their and they played their specials.
No, for sure. When that second time they managed to lock the zone down, for sure, they managed to set up in a way that they weren't quite able to before, that was able to take advantage of that range. You know, 6 Censored for them on that map mode. It's really going to rely on just the hyper aggression and being, once they lock that zone down, just being in 15 over's face, you know, just not letting up and being annoying and just taking all these angles and trying to just be constantly moving in a up in their face in a way that is difficult to deal with. But the advantage for 15 over there is having that range on their side, having those perches, being able to set up once they have that zone locked down, and they manage to take advantage of it.
I think 15 over is definitely going to struggle in this next map mode though, because it's it's Mako Mart. Mako Mart has plenty of places for you to hide and plenty of places for you to go in case something gets thrown away. But also just the sheer amount of cover and paintable walls, meaning that you can just slip out of almost any situation so long as there isn't somebody, you know, forcing you into the corner from another angle.
No, for sure, yeah. 6 Censored definitely going to love those boxes and everything. You do have your perch and everything with 15 over, but it's way easier to hide out and kind of sneak up on somebody who's set up at a perch or something there on a map like Mako Mart. So, you know, and there's just all those tight angles and stuff that you can sneak in under. So interested to see how that plays out. But you know what? They're both teams providing a great showing so far. I
mean, I agree. Yeah, both teams do not want to go home this early. Well, to be fair, it's not early in the tournament. We're already in the top half bracket, but they don't want to go home now. They're so close to getting it. There's every single team here doesn't want to go home. They're so close to victory. They can taste it. They just need to win a couple of sets, and they have the title.
Do you think we might see some adjustment from 15 over for this one, given the change in map mode?
Maybe? It's hard to tell. I fully expect I expect Saya to switch over to Crab Drone maybe. But apart from that, like I can't say.
Well, we're about to find out. It looks like there's not going to be much changes for 6 Censored here, but you were exactly correct.
Yeah, I called it.
Yep, indeed you
Crab
did.
Drone here is kind of strong.
Yep. So we're going to be seeing these teams running up into mid here for Mako tower control. And already, like I was talking about, Dapple's here for 6th Sensor. T-Bird going to be hanging up, sneaking up right up to that perch where the E-Leader is set up, and trying to be annoying with that. But 2 down, already going to go down for 6th Sensor, and that first push is going to start for 15 over.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, the flank gets eliminated too.
Point Sensor kind of watching that perch up there for kind of keeping 6th Sensor push back a little bit there. We got Trizuka ready. Pretty good angle to be able to take, but not quite able to get the pick. However, that blaster is really going to do some damage up on that ledge.
True. Blaster, like none of the players on 6th Sensor have any like very consistent means of challenging a blaster below ledge. The second the blaster does get to a ledge, it's going to be very difficult to dislodge them without special or a bomb.
Yes.
And
Absolutely.
here we go, like 15 over is just continuing them push right now. They have a load of momentum, they don't want to let it go, but they need to be careful because there's 3 people shooting at the tower. Make it 4 now, and they're forced to back off. They do have a wave breaker to stall, but the shot is just not in a good position. Never mind, I stand corrected.
6th Sensor there, kind of, you know what, sort of taking a step back and playing a little bit more patient. There we got a double there from the E-Leader there on 15 over. But 6th Sensor, you know, able to play a little bit more patiently there and adjust and reset there. However, that E-Leader from Merbar is going to be getting those picks and setting things up for another push for 15 over.
Yeah, they're coming through the most dangerous part of the map because, again, this is right next to the enemy's ledge. Jump shot attempt, doesn't actually get it, but the wave breaker is going to be in a very dangerous spot for 6th Sensor now. Like, this just denies them the entire walkway, but it does get destroyed. And no progress made for 15 over on this push. So they're going to get repelled, and 6th Sensor is going to take mid with a convincing stride. They have 2 specials now. Whale, and nope, never mind, the slider doesn't even come out because, you know, tragically Dapples dies. Booyah Bomb comes out.
6th Sensor wanting to make something happen here. That's going to be 2 down on the side of 15 over. This is 6th Sensor's chance to finally make something happen here. Reflux going to be watching and trying to get some picks, but it's going to be 3 down for 6th Sensor, and 15 over really just seems to have their number here.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, they did splinter off. The Reflux was not in the good position to assist the Dapples with its reside play, and it just gets caught out immediately upon attempting to return to the fight. Booyah Bomb is going to dislodge the crab and force it to drop, meaning that it can't create too much pressure. 1 player down on the side of a 15 over, and 6th Sensor needs to move it now to finish off the rest. They do. Oh no, ooh! Fantastic reaction from all 3 players. That could have been a really devastating triple for them had they stayed up there. Again, fantastic reaction, good speed.
They all said scatter and cut off that box there. But
it didn't kill! It didn't go over the ledge! That's tragic because Marks would have killed too! The fists didn't go over the ledge because he was grounded when he popped it.
They're just not able to stay alive here, right? This 15 over really just seems immovable in terms of this game. You know, they'll have a couple go down, but then they'll get things. They'll have a couple go down, and then 3 down go down for 6th Sensor.
Unfortunate. Yeah, I agree. They are getting zoned out, and 15 over is definitely just holding their ground and like knowing exactly where they're going to push from. Like, yeah, they're taking good fights. Like, that's the thing. If you against this kind of team, you just need to take fights that you have the best chance of winning, not necessarily ones that are guaranteed. Oh, fantastic crab to keep it going. It's on 1 point.
Down to
6th
1
Sensor is holding on
over.
for dear life, but it's not going to be enough as the blaster is going to clean it out. Oh,
that's game 2. Going to go to 15 over now. We are at the critical point because this is a best of 5, and next game is going to determine whether our grand finals winner is determined here. So 6th Sensor here, yeah, really not able to take advantageous fights in this situation. E-Leader especially really shining on that map.
Indeed. Right. It's a tale as old as time.
Yeah.
A tale as old as time. A team is in a very bad situation. They're on their tournament game, and they can potentially bring it back. The pressure is on for 6th Sensor here. Again, this is another map that might just favor their comp in terms of how they want to play it, but they just need to be careful of how 15 over are maneuvering around them and using not their own weapon, their own range against them.
This is speaking to a good adjustment overall across the tournament from 15 over as well, because their earlier set that they in groups that they had against Six Censored, they lost, and were only able to take one game off, I believe. So this is it's showing that they were able to think about what Six Censored is doing and adjust around that, their play style and everything. But the fact that Six Censored won earlier, it just goes to show again, these teams are largely able to be evenly matched with each other. And I'm wondering if we might see some kind of comp change from Six Censored, because they do have maybe the Hydra that they could pull out, especially on this next map, Undertow. Not sure though.
Yeah, it's a bit dicey because if you pick Hydra, the problem is like the entire team comp has to change with you.
Yeah.
Because you can't put a Hydra on such a breakneck, fast-paced comp without causing very conflicting problems. Because the Hydra isn't going to be able to the Hydra's going to be able to cover you. But the thing is, you are the Dapples, the black, the Dapples, the Reflux. They want to get close. They want to push past the Hydra's range.
Yep.
To attack the enemy team. And
especially
back you up. It's gonna be
and especially when you have the E leader on the other team, that's not going to be advantageous for Hydra, right?
Absolutely not. No.
So that really puts Six Censored in a difficult position here. So if you are them in this situation, what do you do, Snug? Because it's a tough question.
I don't think comp change is going to be necessarily the solution here. It's definitely a playstyle change. Like you need you need to just pick your moments and play and bide your time until you have an opening.
Yep.
No comp change here. That's fine. That shouldn't be too big of an issue. They can definitely do this. I definitely see Six Censored being able to pull this off. They just need to play they need to change their strategy. Otherwise, 15 over has already changed theirs. You can't you can't try and force this now. You either make an adaptation or you're going to get outranged. And it looks like they are. Both teams, again, they're moving as a unit, trying to create problems, but unfortunately one does go down. That's not a big deal, that's fine. It's one player.
Yep, no, for sure. Reef Slider's going to come out on the side of 15 over. Some deck going down for Six Censored. Yeah, so we're going to see that first, the Rainmaker being picked up by 15 over, going out on its own a little bit there. Hopefully, Six Censored might be out. They're going to be able to shut that down, so not able to take it too far. And a defensive Booyah Bomb. Booyah Bomb's coming out on both sides, actually. 2 down on the side on side of 15 over. Let's see if Six Censored can reset here a little bit. And what you were talking about a second ago with that adjustment stuff, especially in the context of a tournament like this with these beginner teams, it really is an important test of what they've been learning and practicing, because that's one of the best marks of a strong Splatoon team, is that ability to adjust.
Oh my goodness. It was such a difficult situation. Oh wait, no. Oh my goodness. That's such a difficult situation to be in as the Rainmaker carrier, but oh my goodness, Six Censored actually aren't letting themselves get flustered by such an awkward situation. They're just going to keep going. They've popped the Rainmaker again, and they have a man advantage. This is a perfect time to flip the script. Because again, once you get up this hill, it becomes a weapon, their weapon's territory again.
And that is going to be first checkpoint going over to Six Censored. Meanwhile, 15 over is still kind of adjusting back in here, and a Booyah Bomb is going to keep them pushed back. 2 down on the side of Six Censored, but the push might not quite be over yet. No, probably not. Yeah.
It happens, but again, they've made a fantastic effort of trying to get up. The Gal is still here. 2 jumps are in. All 4 are dead. And this is going to be a very difficult situation. If they pop this, they can get a few more points, but they need to move quickly. Watch the E-liter. They see you. Oh my goodness. Okay, no, it's okay. Rain is off the grates. They can make a breakaway. That's fine. 26 is perfectly acceptable in this situation. 4-16 over. No, for Six Censored. Oh my goodness, I'm talking too quick. Yeah, no. This is how you play this.
Yeah, 26, definitely a great amount of points they're able to have. And great angles and stuff being taken by Six Censored in this situation. And it seems like they're doing exactly what we were talking about and adjusting their playstyle a little bit.
Yeah, you see them constantly staying on the move when they can, trying not to get pinned down and trying to recover each other's backs. You see the Gal gets caught. The Gal sees that one player has been caught in a 1v1 and immediately moves to wail and help them out. And look at this. Now that one player is down, they can have the. Woo! Parry!
was-
Last frame possible to save yourself from that one. That was nasty.
Very
Oh my
nice.
goodness.
And then, oh man, talk about gumption coming up from T-Bird on the dapples there. But Six Sensor going to pick up that Rainmaker once again. Looks like things are kind of resetting a little bit right now. Going to get pushed back a bit by that Booyah Bomb. Six Sensor hoping to go for another push here. We got 1 minute and 47 seconds left on the clock. Killer Whale going to come out and sort of keep 15 over pushed back a little bit, and things are kind of at a standstill right now.
I agree. I think this is a kind of a difficult situation once again for them, but then again, the Rainmaker has 2 picks, and they have a 50 cal to protect them. Oh my goodness! That's an unfortunate death, but that happens sometimes with 52 with its spread, but again, the team is there to keep the speed up. They just need to be careful because the Mini is on a high perch, and the E-Liter is watching. Again, it's the Eye of Sauron. You can't move too long within its sight.
But you know
Unfortunately,
what?
it looks like the push might just collapse, but the
Barely
no!
going to get. Oh no!
No!
I genuinely thought for a second they picked up the Rainmaker, but I was wrong.
Yeah, the pop-up is deceiving, but again, they move to go pick it up again and bring it right back. This team is lightning quick, and they know it. They know this is their strength. They need to keep pushing. And they're gonna get it! Down to single
Down to
digits! Another 20
6.
points on the board!
Yeah, but that is going to be a wipe on the side of Six Censored, and if there was ever a chance for 15 over to reset, it's now. They're going to have to get a lockdown, but Six Censored, with that speed, they're already making it back to mid, and 15 over isn't in a situation where they were able to lock things down. However, that hammer is going to come out, not quite able to get a pick. They're up at that checkpoint, going to be taken down by that whale, and that defensive whale is going to come out and make that push still really difficult for 15 over.
Oh my goodness, yes, but the Drone Runner actually survived the onslaught of specials, and they do actually get it through the choke point. The problem is now, 15... Oh, wait, hold on. Nort is still alive. No!
alive.
What a fantastic shot and an amazing pick from the E-Liter. It is very feasible that things go south here. But wait, Reslide is still
2
in
down,
play.
3
No,
down.
it's down.
This is their chance.
Booyah's alive. No! The Booyah!
Booyah Bomb!
Oh my goodness!
You know,
it
you were
didn't
talking-
get shredded!
You know, you were talking about earlier on stream, you know, people don't, you know, Booyah Bomb, maybe people know how to deal with it, don't always get the picks out from there, but, you know, they were so pincered there. There was so much going on, and you know what, maybe the nerves get to you a little bit, that there's so much happening that Booyah Bomb manages to catch you out, and that push, but that's so unfortunate.
Yep. Oh my goodness, that actually might just flip the entire script on this entire set, because you've got to realize, like, every single one of these players is a human being. That's got to feel awful for 15 over to be like, no, we could have 3-0'd them. That sucks. That's going to put a break in their momentum, and that's going to hurt their mental. 16 Censored is now riding a high of adrenaline. They need to curb themselves though. They need to be careful. They still got to win 3 more games. They got to still. They still got to win. They still got to win 2. I can't count. I'm too excited.
Yeah.
Like that was so close. Had the Booyah Bomb not been there, it was literally stuck between a rock and a hard place. You die.
Yeah.
And like, oh no,
It was a GG moment.
This is why I love this game. This is why you love. Look at this. You can't see this kind of match and not think absolute cinema.
That's what I'm talking about.
Match was over. Like, had that Booyah Bomb not killed the carrier, it would have been over for Six Censored.
No, let me tell you, Splatoon was one of the earliest shooters I played, and I got into watching and like doing a little bit of competitive stuff fairly on. And you know, after I played other shooters, like after that, I played Overwatch for the first time, and I was like, this is so slow. And most people don't even consider that a slow game. But it's like you're saying. That's what I love about Splatoon. Things happen so fast, almost before you can even blink. It's great, and man, I'm happy to be here. I feel like you know, we were talking about LANs earlier. If you're at a LAN, I feel like you'll hear at least one moment where somebody in the crowd yells out, "I love Splatoon."
True.
That's so far been my experience, and it's just good stuff.
Okay, so we have 15 other making a player substitution. They are taking out Saya, and they are bringing in Wash for this next match. But yeah, like, I agree with you. At a LAN, a moment like that would have had the crowd just stand up and screaming.
Yeah.
Because again, like, oh my goodness, I almost got up out of my chair, actually, honestly. I'm going to be honest.
What is... Wait, so Saya out, washed in for over.
Yeah, they're substituting their mini player for...
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong...
for their Dread. Well, no, they're switching out their Dread player for their mini player. Pardon me.
You know, they were pulling out... I don't know if they did that in a previous game, but they had a mini in one of their previous games. But I guess... Was that not... Did they do a sub earlier as well?
I'm not sure, but Mini could actually be rather strong here. Like, Mini is really good at dealing with short-range weapons. It literally bullies them at times.
Yeah.
Like, it's literally just like short-range shootout approaches. You walk backwards by shooting and shoot them with something that has more range and more mobility when firing.
Gotcha. All right, so we're going to be going into Clams on Scorch Gorge here, a classic indeed. And it looks like, once again, things are going to be mostly the same for Six Censored, although not going to be seeing that knot this time.
Yeah. I can't blame them. Again, having a weapon like Nort here can be a little difficult, but at the same time, you do want something for those greats. But I can't blame them for bringing Frozen Pro here. Having a good amount of range to contest the behind basket is necessary.
All right, we're gonna see if we can, if a little bit of, ooh, very nice, yeah. So 15 over, we're gonna see if a little bit of increased aggression might be able to come out from 15 over. And as I'm saying that, that's already gonna be 3 down on the side of Six Censored. 15 over, already with that Booyah Bomb coming in and applying the pressure while they're trying to build up their clam economy here. All the Booyah Bomb is gonna be coming out on both sides. And man, yeah, you can tell from the way 15 over is playing right now, they're ready to lock this set away.
Yeah, the thing is though, they just lost 2 players, and you can definitely feel the speed of the match has definitely increased with the switch in of a mini. A mini is incredibly fast and can deal with these weapons, but the thing is, it can't deal with them alone all the time. If it gets 2v1, it's getting 2v1. So it's literally a question of who here wins fights. It's literally going to be a head-to-head brawl, and I think we're all here for it at this point.
Absolutely, yeah. That Booyah Bomb gonna come out. Oh, just barely not going to be able to get that pick on that drop there. Although that's going to be, yep, that's just more skirmishing happening in mid here. And then, oh, the dodges.
That's disgusting!
The dodges from Six Censored right now are, the rolls are just making it happen. They got that Reef Slider ready, and it looks like they don't quite have the economy yet, though.
They are trying to build a ball.
Yeah, they're trying, but not too much happening just yet.
Yeah, Meabar confidently tossing down a wave breaker, knowing that the enemy team can't stay there for long, saying, "Get off my lawn. This is our min now." But the thing is, oh, dude, I'm sorry, I'm running a little drone rush. Pardon me. Six Censored again is in a difficult spot, but we know how fast this game can change. 2 balls are coming up to the basket. This is definitely getting scored, but how much are they going to be able to get in afterwards?
2 power clams.
Yeah, that gives them a 40 points. But there is going to be a pity here, giving Six Censored a potential very strong climb economy, and 2 players go down. 3 down, and with a trade. That's actually going to be kind of insane.
T-Bird is crushing it so far in this game with these dapples. Whale going to come out, and it looks like that's going to be a jump and then a Reef Slider combo. And yes, Six Censored able to get that first basket in. They're not going to have that power clam to combine it with wait. But that Booyah Bomb going to come out, and I stand corrected. The lead goes over to Six Censored, and those points are now at 54 with 2 down for 15 over. And they might just be able to keep this basket going for a little bit longer. Yes, and that push isn't quite over yet, and another jump coming in.
Yeah, but I'm not sure whether they're going to have the space to take it now. Oh my goodness, yeah, going in for a couple more. That means they need at least 2 more balls. They need 2 balls at least now to recover. Wait, no, 2 balls and 1 clam. They need 2 balls, 1 clam to actually catch up and actually take the lead again. That's a really big ask, especially for against this comp.
Yes, so 15 over. This is going to be their chance to, with that many clams needed, they really might not have that much time yet to get something going, because they might need multiple pushes for that. But that's going to be that. As I say that though, that push is going to start in that time. Those points are already at 45, and it looks like if they might be able, they don't have any clams though in order to be able to secure that lead, and that's going to add another penalty.
Unfortunately, the shot cannot stay there. There are 2 torpedo weapons, both throwing them out, forcing the shot away from the basket. Fantastic guarding, but now again, The pressure is on Sixth Sense now to either maintain a strong defense for the next minute or actually try and make their lead larger. But it's going to be really difficult when that kind of thing happens, where you try and take an engagement but get shot down by the leader. The leader, again, assuming power position, and trying to make sure people can't push. One down on each side, one is back.
Nice combos of special there. A nice combo of missiles with some skirmishing there for 15 over. And now that's going to be 3 down for Sixth Sense. So this might be a chance, at least for 15 over, to try and secure some more space in mid. Although they don't quite have the Clams economy to get a push down, this is really going to be do or die for them with only 40 seconds left on the timer and that 19-point penalty.
Yeah, they've been using a lot of specials just to get there, but they need to be careful. They need to be careful. They need to have some resources. Zuka comes out, forces them to take cover, but there's no ball. The ball is still far back. It might still be
right enough.
Ball does get hit.
Able to get that in, and it'll only take one clam here. It's literally just one clam, and they're able to put it in. 18 seconds left. Now it's going to have to be overtime if Sixth Sense wants to be able to take this. Otherwise, 15 over is going to be taking this whole set.
Indeed. 15 over. This is the last push. This is the last push Sixth Sense are going to get. The mini jumps out. Ball is active, but they have space.
Might be seeing a jump in here. Yep, looks like we're going to be seeing that jump,
and
they are going to be able to get that in. The missiles might be able to come out, but that's 2
It's
down.
one clam! It's one clam!
No way! And that match is going to be taken by Sixth Censored. Wow.
Woo! I thought it was over when the Frozen Pro popped missiles right then and there, but a bomb actually saves their life. A bomb they threw saves their life.
That was such a... I hardly even caught what happened there. That was... It seemed like they popped missiles and immediately there were 2... Was there a bomb?
Yeah, no, he had rolled a bomb around the corner, like around the corner of the ledge.
Yeah. Beautiful bomb placement then. Talk about a clutch. Oh my goodness.
I can't believe this. Oh, can you agree? Like, Max, this is bad for our hearts.
Yeah.
This is bad for our cardiac health. Oh my goodness. We might just suffer from early cardiac arrest if we keep watching this.
Oh no. No, you're so right. But you know what? I love a game 5. Who doesn't love a game 5? If you don't love a game 5, I don't trust you.
Game 5s are peak, and especially in this context. This is how you do it.
Man, though, it's so great because I feel like I'm seeing such a great shift, like on both teams. I feel like I'm seeing both teams displaying an ability to shift in a way that you don't always see, especially at like low level stuff. Like it's really impressive and speaks to the effort that these teams are putting in, and it's a really great showing.
Oh my goodness, dude. Oh, I have no words. I don't know how commentators find a way to form coherent sentences when a game set or like moment is this close and intense. We are going to Barnacle and Dime zones. A very, very volatile stage. You either hold, it's a very lockout heavy stage. Both teams have the tools to break a lockout, but they need to do it right, especially Sixth Censored. This is a map that is definitely in 15 over's favor, and this is if anything is going to help them recover this set, it's going to be this map mode. But
yeah, the
Sixth
mode
Censored
too
has the potential to bring Nort and the Dapper's Nova, which I'm gonna be calling here because it's zones. And that's going to be a really dangerous combination. Because if you let both of those weapons at the same time get close to zone with special, it's getting flipped. There's no stopping it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And the map favor makes this so interesting because Sixth Censored is on they're on their reverse sweep kick right now, right? But this is kind of exactly what 15 over needs in this moment. They're in a situation where the mental game has got to be rough right now because they're about to 3-0 the team that beat them earlier in order to get grand finals, and then Sixth Censored comes around with this potential reverse sweep. So I would really be quite happy to be in a situation where the map mode at least somewhat favors the kind of play that my team goes for. But do you think 15 over is in need of any play style adjust currently?
I think
Because
it's hard to tell. That's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's hard to tell. They definitely had the tools last game to take that to finish off Six Censored. But the problem is, I think it's like Six Censored is definitely getting a feel for themselves, and they're building momentum. That's what they're doing. They're building momentum. It's on 2 occasions now. They have won by a hair, and they know it. They know they've won by a hair. This is giving them confidence. This is giving this is destroying. Like, this has got to be eating away at 15 over in some way, shape, or form. I could be wrong. They could be staying perfectly calm.
yeah.
But
We are going to be seeing a sub there for 15 over. Wash is going to be out in favor of Saya once again. So I'm wondering. Looks like we're going to be seeing that Dread coming out. Which one are you thinking for this map?
I'm going to call it again, Reef Slider. Reef Dread, absolutely. Reef Dread is a monster in zones, and especially on this one where you can actually stand on a bit of high ground to like slosh a little bit further.
It's such an interesting combo for a weapon, you know, like a long range backliney sort of weapon with the highly aggressive divey Reef Slider, and it makes. But you know what? Like it feels like that mix of aggression and range might be the kind of thing that could respond well to what Six Censored's doing. But also, I could just be talking out of my ass.
I mean, I don't blame it. We've seen Dread work at almost every level of play. We've seen Dread work. That's the thing. And it's still like, well, despite the nerfs it's received, whether it be indirectly through through like parts of its kit getting nerfed, like Reef Slider, it's still a bit of a mainstay in zones. You'll always see Dreads if you're playing in a zone rotation.
Yeah, it's just like it's just such a thorn in your side, you know, especially if you're a frontline in a zones rotation and stuff, because they can just take an angle from far out of your range and just be annoying and stop like really impede your movement and your like within that zone, and continue to and just make it more annoying to flip that zone back in your favor.
Yeah, I agree. They definitely want. Yeah, I definitely think that is the like core reason as to why they brought in Saya with the Dread. Though they need some flipping power here, because if they don't have flipping power or a way to like either counteract the enemy Reslider, there are going to be occasions where the Reslider is just going to like full send through the team just to get the zone either neutralized or completely flipped.
Yeah, and you know what, I like. Regardless of the like commentator neutrality or whatever, even removed from that, I wouldn't watching this. I wouldn't even have a team that I would be rooting for, because they've both been doing so great, and they both feel like underdogs right now, which is really cool.
Indeed.
Yeah, comp gonna be the same. Six Censored, not too surprising.
Six Censored immediately breaking into mid, losing a player immediately to the E-liter, but again, the Dread goes down as well, gets picked by an off angle. Oh, meaty direct from Astra, but again gets replied to. And this is like both teams going blow for blow. Neither one wants to go home.
Yep. Empty-handed. Is going to be able to secure that zone right now. They do have 2 down. That point center is going to come out there, but not quite. Okay, I got confused about what team that was on. Now Six Censored are going to be in control of the zone, and they're going to have to see if they can get a lockdown. But again, that is a little bit more difficult with their comp. They're going to be going for a flank on that right side and able to get a big whale. Nice 2 down on the side of 15 over.
Yeah. What a fantastic whale, dealing a load of chip damage, allowing the player to just come in from another angle and clean them up. 2 torpedoes! The accidental coordination there was amazing.
Six Censored is still riding this momentum that they've been having for these previous games. That Reef Slider is going to come out and try and find its way into the zone, although going to get pincered by both the 52 and the one that's in the zone. Triple Splashdown going to come out probably defensively, not able to pull off too much. You know, the blaster good on Barnacle and Dime right now, right? But not and you know what? They have been able to flip the zone here, and those ledges and stuff with Blaster on this map, it can be so annoying. And here's hoping for 15 over that they're able to take advantage of that.
Yeah, 15 over are using their specials, cycling them, spacing them out to make sure that they actually get a load of time on the board here, but they need to be careful, they've lost a member. And now Reefliner might just come in and actually flip the zone. It might just do so. It does, but no! Reefliner does get off, but it doesn't actually flip the zone. Last one alive is the reflex.
That zone, that lead is going to flip over to 15 over, and they are not ready to let go of this just yet. And you know what? 30 ticks is not too many. Six Censored is going to have to make something happen here. They do have the whale ready on this with the reflex there. Sorry, not the whale.
But they've invested both of their specials into defending from the front. The paint does come in. The reflex has gotten around along with the frozen, and the zone flips. It is now a big penalty for them. This could be dangerous. This is very dangerous for 15 over. They could have their ankles taken out from under them.
Missile's going to come out and see if Six Sensor is going to try and use that in order to get more of a hold here. That Whale's going to come out and be used a bit defensively, although that E-Leader is going to get that pick off. And Marebar knows their way around that E-Leader, let me tell you.
Indeed they do. This Dapples wants a kill, but no, the patient Marebar does not fire too early nor too late. They wait for and like that they are familiar with to happen. Gets caught on the ledge, does not flip the zone. The reef coming out from the dread does not land where it needs to.
What, that reef been getting bust, but it's still going to leave you a little bit open at the end there, as we saw there. Yep.
This match probably going down to the last minute though. I'm going to bet on that. Because this big penalty is going to cause some time loss.
Big penalty on the side of both teams here. T-Bird over here trying to shark around with those dapples, able to get a pick, but also going to get picked off by Marebar there with the E-Leader. Missile's going to displace a little bit and going to give Six Censored a little bit of a chance to reset. Booyah Bomb once again going to displace some more, and just the way that Six Censored uses their specials, you can see the consistency in it with how the placement of those Booyah Bombs trying to displace 15 over there. They've been using that very consistently, and it's a pretty great effect, I think.
Yeah. T-Bird just trying to stay alive, making sure their team hasn't lost complete presence, but they've been forced to back off into their side. And again, like, we're at like 15 seconds left on the clock for Six Censored. Again, they need to make a miracle happen. They have a Booyah, and they have Whale. They pop both. It goes to the zone, but it doesn't paint. It landed on a wall.
That penalty
again, plenty
is
of time.
almost
Comes out.
gone,
Another
and
counter
as I say
reef.
that, it is now gone only less than 10 seconds.
Oh my goodness.
Left, but that zone is probably
the
not quite going to get flipped for Six Censored, and it's going to be taken back by 15 over, who is going to take this game, end the set, and be crowned your valedictorian for the Splatoon Stronghold Academy. Wow, what a great showing from both teams. What a game, what a set. Good times.
I didn't like, with all the explosions going off, you couldn't even hear the Zuka get popped. So it just comes out of nowhere and just takes out both in 2 clean shots the remaining teammates on Six Censored. Oh no, that is absolute cinema, and it's a great way to clean up that game. That was such a phenomenal set, and I'm willing to bet that Six Censored is just sitting down, breathing. Both teams can now sit down and just like take a breather. Yeah. Because that
honestly,
is like I would know my first like close tournament like when I played it. Like, it sucks to be at the end, to not have it, to not be there, to get the silver medal. It does suck, but at the same time you feel like you did something. Mm-hmm. You feel like you achieved something. And
for sure.
Yeah.
And you know what? Nothing to be ashamed of for either team there. Like, honestly, beautiful showing from both. That set felt like it could have gone either way. Like, really, like, give it a few more games and Six Censored probably. And flip a coin, it felt like Six Censored probably could have taken that. But that's, again, not to discredit the incredible effort of 15 over as well there, who really earned that as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they kept the mental strong, and they played calmly. Had they panicked there, I can definitely see a universe where the Zuka whiffs and the zone flips and the match goes on until overtime, and that could have definitely been a very scary situation. Anyways, but regardless, congratulations to 15 over for being your being our season 6 Academy Valedictorians.
Indeed.
Congratulations.
Congrats,
well played. And you certainly earned it. Now,
yep.
I'm going to do a little bit of shilling. So, did you enjoy what you saw here? Did you have fun watching this competitive? And are you looking to get your start in competitive Splatoon as well? Well, boy howdy, do we have the exact program for you. Because you, the person probably watching this on either YouTube or Twitch, maybe, you gotta throw me off, come on, man. But yeah, either way, the person watching this, if you are watching this and you are interested in getting started in competitive Splatoon, but don't quite know where to get your bearings, well, we do have the program for you. The Stronghold Beginners Academy is open to anybody with little to no experience with competitive Splatoon at all. And, well, it's a free sign-up. We handpick teams based on the candidates, and we put them into groups, and you will be given a team manager, and a coach, and will be given a set of weeks to go through the program, and at the end, you'll be here. You'll be participating in the Academy Showcase. So yeah. Sign-ups should be open as of right now, or in a few minutes once this broadcast ends, depending on how things go. Regardless, please, if you have even a slight interest, do not give us a go. Oh yeah, okay, I've been told, yes, sign-ups are in fact open. So, do not be afraid. Take a chance and apply. We will like, every single application gets an even review and look over when it comes to selecting candidates. So, there is nothing to lose. So, feel free. Don't be scared to do so, alright?
Ooh, you want to play competitive Splatoon so bad.
Ooh, you want to have fun in competitive. But yeah, I like the shilling, the obligatory shilling from the commentator aside. From a personal standpoint, I have seen just nothing but good things come of the majority of the teams that play us. Like, we have had a lot of players come through and just say that they enjoyed their first time. Has everybody stuck around? Not necessarily. I'm not going to lie to you. Not everybody enjoys this, but this is a great place to give it a taste, give it a try. This is a fantastic program to do so. So, personal recommendation, if you even have a small inclination for competitive Splatoon, give it a go. You will not regret it.
Indeed.
Anyways.
We don't bite.
Oh.
I guess the other team does, but you know.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, no. We're all here to face each other. Like, competitive is a fun communal thing. It's not just you. Yeah.
Indeed.
Anyway, I think that's going to be a good way to send it off. So, yeah. So, Nax, where can people find you?
Yes, you can find me on Blue Sky at naxethan.bluesky.social. I have a Twitch also, but I don't really stream there too much. But you can find me there on Blue Sky and stuff. I'm around. I post about a lot of stuff, not just Splatoon things, but that's where you can find me. So yeah, thanks for having me. It was great tournament, great show put on by everybody, players, TOs, production, everything. Thanks, y'all.
Mm-hmm. And as for me, you can find me on Twitter with the same @ as my username, @SnugKieran. Simple as that. I've got nothing else to shill. But I would like to give, once, like Nax just did, a massive shout out to the entire Stronghold team who've helped bring this program together. Both this broadcast and the program as a whole. The coaches, the team managers, and everyone in between who's made this possible. Seriously, this stuff takes a lot of effort behind the scenes. You will not believe how much work we put into this. So they deserve just as much props as everybody else. So, once again, thank you for watching, and we'll see you guys next season. Have a good night.
Bye-bye.
You want to get started in competitive Splatoon, but don't know how to? The Stronghold offers a free Beginners Academy service for new players wanting to play Splatoon competitively. We want to make it as easy as possible for new players to join competitive. We'll create teams out of applicants and train you through a season providing scrims, practices, and coaching. At the end of the season, teams that graduate will play in their first community tournament. Graduating teams will be given a free logo and invited to play in the invite-only Academy Showcase event, where they get to play on stream and show off the skills they've learned in the Academy. So what are you waiting for? Apply for the Academy today using the link on screen.